What's that? Okay. Okay, why don't we just get started here? We have enough folks. We have a quorum. We're going to start today with Senate Bill 946, Senator Carrozza. And I'm going to call up Senator Carrozza's panel of Beth Hill. Is Beth Hill here? Beth Hill? Joe Hinson? Matthew Tufo? Well, actually, Charlotte Davis. Matt's not really on your formal panel. He signed up favorable. Can I just bring him up?
Sure.
Bring Matt up. And then we have one virtual witness signed up favorable. So that is the extent of the testimony. Senator Carrozza, Senate Bill 946.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And for the record, Senator Mary Beth Carrozza, representing Maryland's coast, Worcester, Wycomico, and Somerset counties. And I am excited to present to you Senate Bill 946, the Bat Bill. This is a bat conservation bill. Senate Bill 946 would allow the Department of Natural Resources to establish a permit process to allow for incidental takings of the northern long-eared bat, the tri-colored bat, or the Indiana bat, and with the amendment requested by DNR, the eastern small-footed bat. This process would include the approval of a habitat conservation plan and would ensure a balanced approach to both conservation and forest management that is already practiced at the federal level under the Endangered Species Act. And I believe this is in your testimony, but this would be some of the bats that we would be protecting: the eastern small-footed bat, the northern long-eared bat, the tri-colored bat, and the Indiana bat. Did I cover them all? Yeah. Okay. Very excited about that. Okay. Forests require management and maintenance to remain productive for wildlife, to provide more diverse habitat, and to be less susceptible to disease and insect damage. The ESA, the Endangered Species Act, allows for habitat conservation plans and incidental take permits both to support healthy forests that are essential for long-term conservation and to protect the economic importance of forests. The recent listing of the northern long-eared bat, which would be this one here, as endangered, and the potential for the additional bat species in this bill to receive similar designations is anticipated to affect both rural and urban areas in the state of Maryland. Bats hibernate in attics and under the eaves of older buildings, which would impact development and urban revitalization. Additionally, current federal guidelines would restrict logging from April 1st to September 30th in bat habitats. The forestry sector has a total economic impact of $3.3 billion, and it supports nearly 13,000 jobs across the state of Maryland. Yet less than 1% of Maryland's forests are harvested annually. Maryland grows enough wood to build 50,000 homes per year. Without the legislative changes provided in Senate Bill 946, Maryland's forest industry would face unnecessary restrictions that could negatively impact both conservation efforts and economic stability. Mr. Chair, this process is not new to Maryland. 2 other animals are allowed incidental takings in our state: the Delmarva fox squirrel and the Puritan tiger beetle. These conservation efforts have resulted in the Delmarva fox squirrel being removed from the endangered species list in December of 2015. This bat conservation legislation, Senate Bill 946, is a measured and fair approach, promoting long-time conservation of these endangered bat species while ensuring necessary land management activities of Maryland forests. And just for an update, my understanding is that this companion bill in the House passed second reader earlier today. So I thank you for your kind attention and consideration, and I respectfully request a favorable and swift report of Senate Bill 946. And Mr. Chair, if we could hear from the panel before taking questions.
Absolutely. Do you
And
have
I'd
a
like to turn-
sequence? You okay?
Yes, Bill?
Yeah.
Okay, everybody's going to be on the 2-minute clock, so tell us your name, and then you'll see a clock in front of you, okay?
Thank
Up
you.
to 2 minutes, okay?
Thank you, Senator Carrozza, and thank you, Chair and members of the committee, for allowing me the opportunity to voice my support for authorizing the Secretary of DNR to issue incidental take permits for several bat species. For the record, I'm Beth Hill, Executive Director of the Maryland Forest Association, representing the forest supply chain statewide. As a private forest landowner, I understand firsthand the challenge of balancing conservation with responsible management. I first learned of the seasonal restrictions in 2023 when my 3.5-acre NRCS-funded tree planting was due for its required mid-contract management. The work was simple: snipping invasive vines that were choking out trees and making brush piles for wildlife. But because of the recent listing of the northern long-eared bat, I was told that I couldn't do this work during the summer roosting season. That was alarming, not just for my small tree planting, but for the broader implications that I could foresee on logging, forest health, and management across Maryland. Now, nearly 2 years later, the uncertainty remains, and our members are feeling the effects. Foresters lack clear guidance, and loggers hesitate to invest. This uncertainty threatens Maryland's $3.3 billion forestry sector. While federal guidance has been issued, Maryland's endangered species law creates further complications. This bill doesn't change protections for bats. It simply creates a predictable pathway for landowners and foresters to responsibly manage forests while complying with conservation requirements. We understand that there will be restrictions, and we stand ready to work with DNR to develop a conservation plan that ensures forests aren't left to suffer from benign neglect. Maryland's 150,000 plus forest landowners, private forest landowners, need clear options with defined timeframes to manage their forest effectively. This bill ensures that sustainable forestry benefits our land, our wildlife, and our rural economies. More details are in my written testimony. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Who wants to go next?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Joe Henson. I'm a consulting forester with many years of experience with endangered species issues. Yes, the northern long-eared bat is now endangered, and that means that take in all its forms is prohibited. Take is much broader than simply killing an animal. It includes harm, harassment, adverse modifications to habitat, or interruptions to its life cycle. So the Fish and Wildlife Service has issued a guidance document for how to conduct activities with and preventing take. What we need to do now is refine that so that it better fits Maryland's situation. And a habitat conservation plan is simply an agreement between land users and managers, and in this case, the Department of Natural Resources, to develop management practices that are adequate to protect bats, but you can still live with in the field. That's really all we're up to. As Senator Carrozza said, there are only 2 species for which you can have habitat conservation plans in Maryland: squirrels and beetles, and this adds bats to that list. It'll take some time to develop the plan. It's not going to take years. I've done them within a year, and it's not going to cost millions of dollars. We have good models to work with. There are 6 other HCPs across the country. We'll borrow heavily from them, and I think we can get this done in a pretty efficient manner. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. David, Charlotte?
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Charlotte Davis. I'm the Executive Director of the Rural Maryland Council here in support of Senate Bill 946. We're here to support our forest industry. Forest land is the second largest land use in Maryland, about 2.5 million acres. It's nearly 40% of our state land. And we strongly believe that strong local markets for wood result in forest landowners investing in better management of their forest. We're concerned that if our forests lose their economic value, then we'll likely lose our forests. So we're here in support of Senate Bill 946, and we ask for your favorable report. Thank you.
Okay. Our final witness on the panel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Matt Defoe here on behalf of Chop Tank Electric Cooperative. We're an electric utility on the Eastern Shore of Maryland, where our prime focus and mission statement is to provide reliable and affordable energy to over our 56,000 members. Part of that reliability point is vegetation management. Last year alone, we trimmed 1,407 miles of line, removed 2,738 trees, replanted 100 more, and then lastly, converted 724 acres into habitat and conservation practices. Working with our federal and state partners, especially in the Blackwater Refuge area in Dorchester County, we see this bill as a good off-ramp and other helping while we continue to do our vegetation management to keep the lights on for our members. So with that, Mr. Chair and members of the committee, I ask for a favorable report for Senate Bill 946.
Okay, thank you. Questions for the panel or Senator Carrozza, including Senator Carrozza? Okay, seeing none, thank you. We do have one virtual witness, Shelby Watson-Hampton. Is she on the?
Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan.
Oh, there you are. Okay. Shelby, you can start. You got up to 2 minutes and you're signed up straight favorable, okay?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and esteemed members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Shelby Watson-Hampton, and I'm the director of the Southern Maryland Agricultural Development Commission, known as SMATIC, which is a division of the Tri-County Council for Southern Maryland. Our mission is to support farms, farmers, and the future of agriculture and conservation in rural communities, which includes the forestry industry. As such, I'm ready to express my strong support for SB 946, known as the BAT Bill, as this legislation is critical to ensuring conservation efforts are balanced for the needs of farms, forestry, and property management projects. This bill bridges the gap between conservation and practical land management, a balance that SMATIC is deeply invested in. This bill is not about hindering progress, it's about providing a framework. It's about empowering landowners, farmers, and foresters, who are the backbone of our rural economy, with the tools they need to operate responsibly. This bill doesn't mandate habitat protection plans, but it allows them, ensuring that if necessary, we have clear, consistent, and implementable strategy. The bill provides a realistic pathway for us to manage this issue, mirroring the federal guidelines and joining 21 other states in proactive bat management. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service already laid out the conservation measures. All Maryland needs to do is shape and refine them to meet our unique forestry needs. We are not reinventing the wheel. We are simply seeking to ensure that essential land management can continue while protecting bat species. Here at SMATIC, we value conservation. We also value responsible and timely land management. This bill achieves both. I urge you to support this legislation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for our virtual witness? Okay, seeing none, that concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 946. We're going to next go to Senator Bailey's bill, Senate Bill 363. I know that Senator's out under the weather a little bit, but his Chief of Staff, Christina, is here, is going to present the bill. And there are two witnesses signed up favorable. I'm going to bring them up if they're here. Steve McHenry, Benjamin Ford. Why don't you just join Christina at the witness stand. And Christina, Senate Bill 363, okay?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Christina Vigorito, on behalf of Senator Bailey, who couldn't be with us today. Senate Bill 363 makes alterations to the Oyster Shucking House Loan Program available through the Maryland Agricultural and Resource-Based Industry Development Corporation. The bill makes two changes to the statute, creating the program to give Marbidco greater ability to provide these loans under this program to more facilities. The first change would permit Marbidco to make loans of up to $25,000 for each seasonal full-time job that is projected to be created or retained by the project, as they are presently allowed for each full-time job. Currently, Marbidco is only permitted to give $10,000 for each seasonal full-time job. The second change would reduce the number of years from at least 5 to 3, and an eligible person must be a licensed seafood dealer to be eligible for a loan under this program. I'm happy to share with you that the House of Delegates did pass the cross-file of this bill already, and we respectfully request a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Steve McHenry, representing Marbidco. We're here in support of Senate Bill 363. We want to thank Senator Bailey for introducing it. We also want to thank Christina for doing a great job in explaining the bill. We've had two prospective applicants that haven't had the requisite 5-year holding of the license to be a seafood dealer. We've had one that's had 3 years, one that's had almost 4 years of licensure. This bill would make both those potential applicants eligible on July 1st of this year We also are requesting a change to allow for the making of a loan for both seasonal full-time jobs as well as regular full-time jobs. Oyster shucking tends to be a wintertime business for very small businesses. This would make more funding available to prospective applicants. For those reasons, we request a favorable report. I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you. I did call Benjamin Ford. Is Mr. Ford here? Okay, why don't you come up, Mr. Ford, you're signed up favorable.
Sorry, I was in the hallway with the rest of the.
That's a look.
My name is Ben Ford. I'm the Miles Wide Riverkeeper with Shore Rivers. We protect and restore Eastern Shore waterways through science-based advocacy, restoration, education, and engagement. Oysters are vital to the health of the Chesapeake Bay and Maryland seafood economy. They filter water, create essential habitat for fish and crabs, and support both the public fishery and aquaculture industries. To sustain and grow our oyster population, we need a reliable supply of oyster shell, and this bill, I think, will help do that. So anything we can do to keep shell in Maryland is something that's really important. So I urge a favorable report.
Okay, thank you. Questions for the panel? Okay, seeing none, that concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 363. Let's next take Senator Karen Lewis Young on Senate Bill 6335. And Senator, I'm going to call up, you've got a mix of some in-person panelists and virtual. I've got William Miles. No, actually, let me reverse. Stacy Veloden, in person, Michael Wilpers. And we've got, if I could call William Miles up, he's just straight favorable. Maybe I'll just bring him up. Is Mr. Miles here? Okay, don't see him. We've got two virtual witnesses as well signed up favorable. We'll take them next. So why don't you start, Senator Karen Lewis Young on Senate Bill 6335.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to see you all today. Like to visit here as frequently as I can. This is a bill you may recall from last year. Actually, a slightly different version passed the Senate last year, but it didn't pass the House. So rather than going into a lot of detail, I'm going to just refresh your memories. Wildlife crossings are structures, underpasses, overpasses, fences that guide wildlife across major highways. Why is this necessary? A variety of reasons. Probably the most urgent is that a substantial number of accidents are created as a result of animal vehicle accidents. In fact, I believe it's something like 60% of collisions are created that way. The bill that passed in the Senate was a more complicated bill. We were in a different financial environment at the time, but it did request federal funding for a study. We were awarded that study. We were awarded that funding. It was something like $387,000, but that is currently on hold. One of the positives that the bill did is Senator Bailey put in an amendment on the bill requiring the Maryland Insurance Administration to do a study, particularly about how these collisions affect Marylanders. And that was really revealing. Something like 20,000 animal-related vehicle accidents a year in the state, with an average damage of over $6,000, so over $196 million in insurance claims alone. As part of their study, they did survey a lot of insurance providers, and there is no doubt that these claims are affected affecting our insurance policies. So that's why we're back again to try to continue the momentum of this bill, executed in a somewhat different way. What the bill will actually do is compel the State Department of Transportation and the Department of Natural Resources to unite and identify optimal locations for the integration of wildlife passage components into new and maintenance transportation projects. We do know that there are 2 counties in the state that rank in the top 10 in the nation for animal-related vehicle accidents. Frederick County is number 4. Howard County is number 10. And that makes a lot of sense because these accidents are occurring in the most rapidly growing communities where wildlife habitats are being displaced by growth. So let me see, what else did I want to tell you regarding this bill? It really puts in place a process to better identify where we want to prioritize should we be able to get funding. However, it also allows for an optional donation on MDOT's website. Now that's optional, and that would be when you're renewing your license or any other activity, it would be optional. We truly believe that any fees that we could get, and that's been compared to other kind of optional donation opportunities, would cover any kind of increased fiscal costs. Because basically this bill just sets up a coalition to start the process of conversation, use the MIA data and other data available to us, perhaps from the counties, and to put that extra link on a website. So I do want to comment on the fiscal note or notes. There was some transition in the midst of our conversations as a result of a misunderstanding of what this bill was trying to accomplish. There was originally a very high fiscal note. You will notice that I attached a letter of explanation to my cover letter that more accurately reports expected expenditures. Also, this letter of explanation, as I mentioned, could be covered, probably would be covered from funds generated by optional donations. We don't believe that, as amended, there will be any new fiscal responsibilities to the state. So with this more financially realistic approach, I hope once again this committee will choose to move this bill forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Senator. Who wants to go next? You'll be on the up to 2-minute clock.
Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and committee members. I'm Michael Wilpers with the Maryland chapter of the Sierra Club. We support this bill as it lays the groundwork for long-term efforts to improve wildlife passage across our roads. In future years, the results of this bill will lead to the construction or improvement of culverts under those roadways where collisions are found to be most frequent. In addition to preventing deer vehicle collisions, the bill will also protect rare, threatened, and endangered wildlife from becoming roadkill. According to Maryland DNR, 5 of our 18 turtle species suffer significant mortality due to vehicle strikes, including the diamondback terrapin, of course, the state reptile and mascot of the University of Maryland College Park. DNR has found that a roadkill also significantly impacts 4 other Maryland turtle species, including our popular painted turtles and box turtles. Across North America, road mortality is one of the greatest contributors to declines in freshwater turtles. In the eastern U.S., turtle populations have suffered a 10 to 20% loss from roadkill alone, on top of the many loss to habitat destruction and fragmentation and to poaching. In a Maine study, more than half of all roadkill animals were turtles, frogs, and salamanders. Fortunately, simple culverts under roadways, along with fencing, can guide turtles away from road surfaces and towards safe underground passage. In some cases, existing stream culverts under roads can easily be improved to allow turtle passage, while also helping our brook trout move more freely. Our State Highway Administration has already demonstrated impressive ability to create such wildlife passages, even under major roads. In 2012, they received an award from the Federal Department of Transportation for their innovative wildlife passages under the Intercounty Connector. The long-term effect of this bill will be to allow our wildlife to conduct their natural movements with far less risk of mortality from vehicle traffic. For all these reasons, we support SB 635 and encourage a favorable report.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to our witness on the end here.
Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, and esteemed committee. My name is Stacy Volodin. I'm the Maryland State Director of Humane World for Animals, formerly called Humane Society of the United States. The sponsor and other witness provided a lot of my key talking points, but I do want to highlight two things. One of them is the why now aspect of this bill. By 2050, America is expected to increase in human population by about 400 million people. That thus requires further infrastructure, further construction, which also results in deforestation and more development of both buildings and roadways. That, of course, it leads to habitat fragmentation for our beloved Maryland species. So with those diminished habitats comes a reduction in food supply, it comes a reduction in mating availability, and increases conflicts between the wildlife and humans, pets, and livestock, which costs our farmers, our state. The second thing I wanted to point out is that there are additional costs that can be in the future saved with a bill like this. Those are costs related to the collisions that we've already discussed, but we're saving on the suffering and distress of injured animals, but also the cost to the local governments for the cleanup and the transfer to local sanctuaries to try to treat some of these injured animals. So with that, I want to urge a favorable report voting on Senate Bill 635. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the sponsor or for the two witnesses in person? Okay, thank you. We're going to go next to, we've got some virtual witnesses signed up favorable. Lisa Radoff, is Ms. Radoff in the queue?
Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the committee. My name is Lisa Radoff. I'm the President and Chair of Maryland Votes for Animals, here in support of SB 635. Some of you may know that my husband and I owned Gebco Insurance that my father started in 1971. Which means that I'm here not only as the President and Chair of Maryland Votes for Animals, but also as a formerly licensed Maryland insurance agent for over 30 years. Claims caused by contact with wildlife are used by insurance companies. The underwriters use them to determine their loss ratios. These loss ratios from wildlife incidents can drive up auto insurance premiums across the board for Maryland drivers. Wildlife collisions are increasing in frequency and severity as construction and population densities, you just heard, adversely impacts animal habitats. In Maryland, nearly 33,000 vehicle collisions occur annually. These animals have nowhere to go, and they end up straying into areas that they would normally avoid, such as highways. This bill creates a mechanism, as you heard, to coordinate efforts between the Maryland State Highway Administration, DNR, many other organizations and stakeholders to protect Maryland's wildlife and drivers. So the bottom line is, whether you're concerned about wildlife or just care about rising auto insurance rates, we need to pass this bill. I'd like to thank Senator Lewis Young for her sponsorship of this bill and urge the committee for a favorable report.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Ms. Radoff? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to our next virtual witness, Misty Booz. Misty, You're up to 2 minutes. You can proceed. You're signed up favorable.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Misty Bose, and I'm here as a current member of the Maryland Connectivity Coalition and on behalf of Wildlands Network, who are in strong support of this bill. And as Senator Lewis Young mentioned, each year wildlife vehicle collisions result in injuries and millions of dollars in damages. But I'd also like to add that over 14 Marylanders lost their lives in these crashes over the last decade. And what's good about this, though, is we know what to do. We know that wildlife crossings work and they can help reduce these collisions dramatically, especially when they're properly placed. And this can save lives and taxpayer dollars. But to maximize their impact, Maryland needs a really clear plan, and this bill provides that. It gives us the foundation and the performance metrics to be sure we're making the very best choices about where we put these crossings so they are the most effective. And one more thing I'd like to note is this bill prioritizes education and outreach, and that helps ensure that communities understand how much these things do work and prevent crashes, protect drivers, and protect our natural heritage. And this is important because that can help us raise private funds for this work. Just last year in North Carolina, they raised over $2 million in private funding to build wildlife crossings. So we know that once the public knows about this and has a mechanism to donate, it'll help generate private funds for the state. So lastly, this legislation ensures Maryland is planning ahead and not just reacting after collisions occur. And it also ensures that all the right people are meeting regularly and putting their heads together to get the right systems in place to make our roads safer, protect wildlife, and save money. I urge a favorable report for SB 635, and I thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Booz? Okay, seeing none, is our other virtual witness in the queue, Karen Russell? Okay, let's pull her up. Okay, Ms. Russell, you've got up to 2 minutes. You're signed up favorable on Senate Bill 635, so you can proceed. Can you hear us? On Senate Bill 635, so you can proceed.
Thank you. I'm a founder of the Climate Change Working Group of Frederick County and have written a wildlife crossing.
Can you hear us?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Do you have a YouTube on or something you're watching separately? You need to turn that off because you've got a delay. There's a delayed effect. So. What's that?
Yes.
There's a delayed effect. So.
Can
Okay.
you now?
Yeah, why don't you just give your testimony starting right now?
All right. I'll try to make it short.
What's that?
Yes.
Delayed effect. So.
I wrote a paper on wildlife corridors.
Yeah, why don't you just give your testimony starting right now?
All right. I'll try to make it short.
What's that?
Yes.
Delayed effect. So.
I wrote a paper on wildlife corridors.
Yeah, why don't you just give your testimony starting right now?
All right.
I think we have her written testimony.
Delayed effect. So.
I wrote a paper on wildlife corridors.
Yeah, why don't you just give your testimony starting right now?
3 times.
Yeah.
3 Pete.
I think we have her written.
Talk here because we're going to hear it for the next 20 minutes. Here, Ms. Russell, maybe what we do is, because we have some kind of technical issue going on here, can you just submit some written testimony? You've got Senator Lewis Young here. They've done a good job. Talk here because we're going to hear it for the next 20 minutes. And so we don't want to hear me talk anymore. So, okay, so why don't we?
Maybe
what we do is, so we have some kind of technical issue going on. So that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 635. I apologize, Ms. Russell. Okay, they've done a good job. Okay, everybody good? Okay, we're good. Okay, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 635.
This is not a technology bill.
No. Do we have Senator Quarterman or Senator Reedy here by chance? They're not here. Okay. A little bit of a now a little bit of a pickle. Okay, well, let's wait a minute or two because all the other folks who are on this list, okay, maybe we could go, are your witnesses here for, we wanted to keep you for last, but, you know.
Save the best for last.
Do you think some of your witnesses on this last bill, Senate Bill 635 or 634 are here?
There, are any of you here?
For Senate Bill 634? Okay, Memoria, maybe we'll just take the Lewis Young. Okay, let's go with 634.
You want to do 634?
Yeah, hold on a second.
Just send a text to my office to round them up and send them over.
Okay. Okay, so we're going to jump to the end of the list on Senate Bill 634. And we've got Wayne Pacell. Is Mr. Pacell here? Is Susan Miller here? And, you know, what'll happen is actually, Susan, if you, come on, who's here for Senate Bill 634 on the favorable side of things? Okay, why don't you just come up? Because, again, we're trying to deal with some logistics issues here with all the different senators testifying in different committees. So if you're here for 634, and if they show up later, we can bring them up once you present the bill.
Okay.
We can kind of keep it open. So why don't you start and present the bill? We'll take the witnesses and see where we are, okay?
Okay. Yeah. I do not have all my information with me, but I will wing it as best I can. And actually, this is a bill you heard last year as well, but you're going to hear the new and improved version this year. So this is about phasing out lead ammunition for hunting in the state of Maryland. Now, doesn't mean you can't buy it anymore. So if you're elk hunting in Colorado and going on a trip, you can still buy it. You cannot use it for hunting in Maryland. So what's different about this bill versus last year? The most important thing is that we phased out the implementation timeline. And as a result of that, we now have a major group of hunters on board. One other thing I want to alert you to before I get into the specifics of this bill, you may see that the title of this bill, don't have the book with me, but it says lead ammunition and deer management and fox chasing. I have amended, and hopefully it's attached to my testimony, the deer management program and the fox chasing out of this bill. It did not belong here. It complicated, convoluted the bill, no direct relationship. So that's out of the bill. So if you're fox chasers that are here to protest this bill, it's not here anymore. Deer management is a great idea. It belongs in another bill at another time. So I just wanted to mention that right up front because the title is very confusing. So last year's bill had a 2-year phase out. This year's bill has a 4-year phase out. In 2026, DNR will adopt regulations prohibiting the use of lead ammo in pen-raised birds. In 2027, it will include all upland game birds. That would include quail and pheasants. In 2028, it would include wild turkey and all webless migratory birds. And in 2029, it will complete the phase out, expanding it to deer and all other game species. I want to say at the outset, this is a pro-hunter bill. You might hear A few people state the otherwise, but this is a hunter and food safety bill. It will reduce food safety risks to tens of thousands of Marylanders who may not realize or understand that they are consuming lead in game meat. Lead bullet fragments can, and they do, contaminate the meat. And we've known about lead poisoning for quite a while. In fact, there's no safe level of lead consumption. And it's really important that we as legislators protect not only young children, but people who may only get their meat from food kitchens, food banks, where venison is donated. In fact, the Maryland Department of Natural Resources in their 23-24 Guide to Hunting and Trapping contains the warning, meat from game animals taken with lead fragmenting bullets and shot is a lead poisoning risk. I'm not going to cite all of the studies that have proved this. First of all, there are about 500. And last year I gave you some of the more important studies, but I will just quote two, one from the National Institute of Health and another study that has come forward since my presentation last year. According to the National Institute of Health, lead-induced damage can lead to a variety of neurological disorders such as brain damage, behavioral problems, and nerve damage. We've removed lead from toys, furniture, pipes, gasoline, paint. So it's important as well to remove lead damage from the food that we eat. I mentioned a new study that's from Brown University that came out March of last year, so right after my hearing. And they were this study was particularly concerned with the exposure of lead to children. Are there other alternatives? This is a logical question. Yes, there are. Copper, steel, bismuth are widely available and sometimes cheaper than premium lead. When they're not, the cost is diminutive. Where lead has been banned, such as the nationwide ban on lead for waterfowl hunting, demand for the alternatives has actually decreased the price. We all know the rule of supply and demand. When demand goes up and you have more competition, there's frequently a price reduction. We work closely with a variety of stakeholders. This bill was probably worked as hard, if not harder, than any of my other bills, other than the blueprint, which you'll hear about tomorrow, to bring a major hunter organization on board and also to work with DNR. Originally, DNR had some concerns about this bill, and they were trying to add another topic into it, but after a conversation with the secretary the other day, he agreed with my recommendation to make this bill simple and smoother. So the bill, as amended, just simply takes lead ammunition out of hunting. I do want to address the fiscal note. Obviously, the fiscal note was developed when those other two components were in the bill that are now out of the bill. But I want to quote the fiscal note from 2024, which only addressed lead ammunition. The fiscal note said DNR can likely establish a process to phase out lead-based ammunition, as well as a process to certify ammunition as non-lead ammunition using existing budgeted sources. And even in this year's fiscal note, DNR states they can manage the phase-in of non-lead ammunition with existing resources. I think in our current budget environment, it is always important to mention the fiscal ramifications. So thank you so much for your time and attention, and I hope this less complicated, new and improved bill will move forward this year. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And for those who might be listening, this was supposed to be the last bill, so that we have some witnesses who probably were planning to come much later. We had to, Senator Lewis Young had a bill right before. All the other sponsors and all the other bills are in other committees testifying, so we were left with kind of no bills to present, so we went with Karen Lewis Young. But as folks come in later, we're going to keep this open. Folks who want to testify, who come in a little later because of the time change, we'll welcome up to the witness table. We'll just do it a little piecemeal, okay? So hopefully that explains where we were. So let's go to the two witnesses who are here. And again, I know there's going to be some other witnesses who may show up a little later. So why don't you take the mic and put it next to you, up, yep. And you're going to have up to 2 minutes, and you're signed up favorable, but give us your name.
Suzanne Shoemaker. Are you hearing me now? Yes. Okay. I'm a licensed master wildlife rehabilitator in Maryland. I'm the president and executive director of Owl Moon Raptor Center. And we were founded in 2002 and located in Boyd's, Maryland. Our mission is to preserve and increase native populations of birds of prey through rescue, rehabilitation, and release, and habitat protection, enhancement, and expansion, and public education. Owl Moon Raptor Center strongly supports the State Bill 634, phasing out of lead or lead-based ammunition for hunting. We admit over 600 birds of prey every year. This past year, we admitted over 700. Unfortunately, not all the birds that we bring in are able to be rehabilitated, and over the years, we've seen many raptors coming in suffering from the ill effects and often irreversible effects of lead poisoning. We see birds exhibiting signs of lead poisoning, including depressed behavior, tremors and seizures, difficulty breathing and swallowing food, muscle weakness, dehydration, liver and kidney damage leading to death. While there are treatments that can sometimes remove the blood, rarely is this treatment successful in reversing the symptoms that you see with lead poisoning. And rarely can a bird with toxic levels of lead in their blood be saved. Lead toxicosis or poisoning is a heartbreaking scenario to witness. And unfortunately, we witness it several times each year, primarily in bald eagles and vultures, both turkey and black vultures, but also in other raptors such as red-tailed hawks, red-shouldered hawks, great-horned owls, and we do admit some water birds, and we've seen it in great blue herons. Based on testing in recent years, the majority of bald eagle and vultures that Owl Moon receives into care have a measurable level of lead in their blood. This year, all of the bald eagles we tested had lead in their blood. And wild raptors consume lead in the carcasses and gut piles left by deer hunters. We always see a spike during deer season in the admissions of lead toxic birds. And in other wild game and fish, they have consumed lead or been, and in other wild game and fish and have consumed the lead or been shot. So wild raptors can become toxic from lead ammunition in their bodies from being illegally shot. Research shows that any level of lead in the system will compromise the long-term health of a wild raptor, and the body cannot remove lead on its own. So thus, these birds, including eagles, vultures, and most other birds of prey, will be increasing unhealthy and
we're going to have to ask you, because we're on the 2-minute clock, we're going to have to ask you to...
they'll accumulate through their lifetime.
Okay.
I think you said to wrap up.
Thank you.
Okay.
The Chesapeake Bay...
No, ma'am, we're way past the 2 minutes.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay. Ms. Miller, why don't you You want to go, or want to go over here? Who are you, sir?
I believe he's one of the panelists.
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Apologize for being late. I'm Wayne Pacelli.
Okay, why don't you proceed, and you are on the 2-minute clock, okay?
Indeed. Thank you, sir. The Animal Wellness Action and the Center for Humane Economy support this effort to phase out lead ammunition in sport hunting. I just want to point to the fact that the United States military has switched entirely away from lead. And we're not talking about an institution that's focused on consumption of the animal, the quarry here. We're talking just about killing power and effectiveness, cleanliness, affordability, accessibility of the product. When we're talking about lead ammo, in the last 30 years, the deer kill has increased from about 27,000 to 85,000. Much of that with the use of firearms. We have 3 times the number of deer gut piles in the state than we had 30 years ago. The hunters take the edible portion of the meat home. The carcass is speckled with lead fragments that are impossible to see with the eye. It is inevitable that the lead will be consumed. The gut pile is left in the forest for eagles and hawks and foxes and other species to consume and be killed. All we need to do is look at the most important study that's come out from Science Magazine, a continent-wide survey of bald and golden eagles, with half of the birds having acute lead toxicity in their tissue and in their blood. This is an easy call for us. 34 years ago, the United States banned the use of lead ammunition in waterfowl hunting. At that time, hunters had to go to their local gun club to get the ammo. Now they can shop online all over the country. It's 34 years later. The ammunition is available. It's more accessible because of online purposes, and we stop the collateral damage to wildlife where the bullets keep killing long after the bullets have left the barrel of the gun, and we also have more safety for the human consumers.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Miller?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Susan Miller. I'm a senior attorney with Earth Justice. Earth Justice is a nonprofit law firm that represents other nonprofits free of charge. Earth Justice is strongly in support of the bill. This bill will protect people and wildlife while maintaining hunting opportunities. Ingestion of residual lead ammunition is the primary source of lead poisoning of birds and other wildlife. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has documented severe impacts on waterfowl and bald and golden eagles. Hunting with lead ammunition also harms people.
Hunting opportunities.
Lead fragments can be found in wild game meat, and I'm sure all of the committee is aware of the difficulty of lead ingestion in humans and how it can remain there for decades and cause severe health problems that essentially never go away. And I just want to mention at footnote 6 of our written comments, we cite a study that from the American Journal of Medicine that discusses lead exposure through wild game eating. And finally, I want to say that non-lead ammunition is widely available, and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service observed no decline in hunting when lead ammunition on federal lands was banned, and that is now totally prohibited on federal lands. I thank you for your time and attention.
Okay, any questions for the sponsor or our in-person favorable panel here? Okay, seeing none, thank you, folks. We're going to go to some virtual favorable testimony next. More. Okay, Stephanie Boyles Griffin. I want to pull her up first. She's part of the panel. Ms. Boyles Griffin, you're going to go next up to 2 minutes, and you're signed up straight favorable, and you're part of Senator Lewis Young's panel, okay? So proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairman Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. My name is Stephanie Boyles Griffin, and I serve as a senior scientist in the Wildlife Protection Department at Humane World for Animals. And for the last 25 years, I've worked with federal, state, and local agencies and interested parties to advance the use of humane, effective, and sustainable methods for resolving human-wildlife conflicts. And for 11 of those years, I served as a commissioner on the Maryland Wildlife Advisory Commission, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to support SB 634 today, a bill that would phase out the use of highly toxic lead ammunition in Maryland. More than 130 species of wild animals have been documented as suffering the effects of lead poisoning. They're exposed by foraging around spent lead shot from the ground, feeding on lead-tainted gut piles, or by scavenging carcasses of animals shot with lead ammunition. The toxicological effects of lead on scavenging birds are grave and well established. It is one of the leading causes of death in our bald eagles. In birds, a single ingested shotgun pellet or bullet fragment is sufficient to cause brain damage, impairing critical neuromuscular, auditory, and visual responses. Poisoned animals who survive often experience long-term negative effects that make them more susceptible to predation and dangers like car collisions. Other research finds a direct correlation between lead exposure increases in female black bears in our state and the number of big game animals hunted by humans in the area, and increases in lead levels with age in both female and male black bears. And consuming meat from animals killed with lead ammunition can substantially raise lead levels in humans. It's highly fragmentable and nearly impossible to remove completely from meat. And its fragments can be found as far as 18 inches from the bullet wound channel. So because of the broad health risks that lead poses to both people and animals, Humane World for Animals reiterates its support for SB 634 to phase out the use of lead ammunition in Maryland. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for our virtual witness? Okay, seeing none, let's go to Lisa Radoff. I saw her also in the queue. Ms. Radoff, can we pull her up? Okay, Lisa, you've got up to 2 minutes, and you're straight favorable on this piece of legislation.
Yes. Thank you, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan. I'm still Lisa Radoff, Chair and President of Maryland Votes for Animals, here in strong support of SB 634. You've already heard excellent testimony from our sponsor and from very knowledgeable witnesses, so I will be brief. I'll try to refrain from using any puns about non-lead bullet points. We must factor in the environmental impacts of using lead ammunition and transition to safer alternatives. As we're all connected, it affects animals, people, and the environment. We are very comfortable with the sponsor's amendments and appreciate her simplifying the bill. It's time to get the lead out. Thanks so much to Senator Lewis Young for her sponsorship of this important piece of legislation, and urge a favorable report.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Radoff? Okay, seeing none, let's next go to Elaine Leslie, virtual. Okay, she's not in the queue. Dr. Jim Keene in the queue. Dr. Keene, I'm going to bring you up. Okay, Dr. Keene, 2 minutes, straight favorable.
Great, thank you. I'm an agricultural veterinarian and a former career USDA research scientist, and I'm currently director of veterinary science at the Center for Humane Economy. And I urge this committee to decide in favor of SB 634 to phase out lead ammunition in Maryland. Lead ammunition is the greatest, largely unregulated source of toxic lead that is discharged into the United States environment by the ton, many tons every year. Lead is an indisputable human, wildlife, and environmental toxin at any and all levels. There's no need for waiting longer for more studies or to justify a ban on lead ammunition. I live in rural South Dakota. My family hunts white-tailed deer, waterfowl, and pheasant every year on our family's grain and livestock farm. No hunter in my family would object if lead ammunition were banned in South Dakota, which unfortunately it is not. Please look at the x-rays of deer carcasses and commercially processed venison in my written testimony, which shows lead particles by the hundreds peppering the venison and the carcasses of deer, up to 18 inches from the wound channel. As hunters, we eat what we kill, and it's impossible to remove hundreds of leg fragments from a harvested pheasant or deer carcass or from gut piles. And none of us want to poison ourselves, our family, our friends, or non-game wildlife with spent lead ammunition. Hunters in Maryland can now use readily available lead-free ammunition to ensure cleaner wild game and fewer deleterious impacts on non-game wildlife. In other words, to be true wildlife conservationists. Thank you for this opportunity.
Okay, thank you. questions for Dr. Keene? Okay, seeing none. Next, we're going to go to, is Mark Pockrass in the, he's not in the queue. Okay, so let's go to, we've got a panel. If they're here, again, we're going to try to, because we had a change of schedule, we're going to keep things open for even later if some folks show up. But favorable with amendment panel, I've got, is Crystal Pickett here? Crystal, is Lindsay Thompson here? Okay, Lindsay's not here currently. Frank Boston here. Okay, again, if they show up later, we'll take their testimony. Frank Cubero, come on up. Christine Claggett. Okay, these are all favorable with amendments on this panel. Okay, so who would like to begin? There you go. Put the mic in front, and you got, each of you have up to 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Crystal Pickett, and I'm the Vice President of the Maryland Association of Wildlife Conservation. This is Frank Cubero. He's also on the board. Christy Claggett, also on the board. First, we'd like to thank you today for amending out the fox chasing section of the bill. Thank you very much. With that, we have no problem supporting the bill. Rather than bore you at the moment, we could just take questions if you all have any questions for us.
Okay. Well, let's go through all three.
Okay.
Is everybody here?
Favorable.
You're just here favorable?
Amendment.
Okay, but do you want to add to anything that you just heard, or are you just here for some questions? Just to clarify.
I would just add, Frank Cubero, also with the Maryland Association for Wildlife Conservation. The main issue we had before it was amended is not necessarily the regulation or the licensing of fox chasers, but a one-line addition to one bill for something that's just more complex without a comprehensive look at the impact on the sport and all the people who participate in it. So our main concern was just a one-line sort of ad hoc thrown in there change to the law that has been the law for 50 years at this point, I think. So we are favorable with the amendment because it gives the opportunity for us in the future to go and find a comprehensive way to contribute to DNR, perhaps become licensed in the future. We already do pay, for those who aren't aware, we already do have a group fur bear license that we all purchase, that each group in the state purchases. But we do support it currently with the amendment removing fox chasing from the bill.
Okay.
Good afternoon, committee. Christy Claggett, resident of Harwood, Maryland. I speak as a member of the board of the local fox hunting club, a member of the Maryland Horse Council Legislative Committee, and also a member of MAWC. I ask for your favorable with amendment on Senate Bill 634. We agree that fox chasing issue is more complex and does not belong in this bill with a one-line change. So we commend the sponsor for removing us, and thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for our favorable with amendments panel here? Okay, seeing none. We're going to next move to a panel of unfavorables. Yes. Okay, well, let's go. Okay, we're going to go to unfavorables if you're here. I'm going to start with Nicholas Andraka. Is Nicholas Andraka here? John Jocelyn. Is Mr. Jocelyn here? Come on up. Kaylee Leager. Phoebe Frederick. We're going to just fill up the table here. And then Christopher Kopacki. Is Christopher Kopacki here? Okay, so we've got a full table, and you're all signed up unfavorable. And sir, since I called you first, you got the mic in front of you. Tell us your name, and each of you has up to 2 minutes, okay? And we'll go down the table.
Chairman, Vice Chair, committee members. Nicholas Andraka from Calvert County, Maryland, DNR Hunter Ed instructor. I find unfavorable review with SB 634. This year, SB 634, we see a panel of supporters, some of who are from extreme anti-hunting animal rights activist groups. They have 30-plus years of pushing anti-hunting, anti-farming, and anti-meat legislation. They clearly have spelled out their plans to eliminate hunting in the United States. And I quote, "We are going to use the ballot box and the democratic process to stop all hunting in the United States. We will take it species by species until all hunting is stopped in California. Then we will take it state by state." They are proposing a complete lead ammo ban without presenting a single instance or case of poisoning attributed to lead bullets in Maryland. Maryland is not California, vastly different hunting. Copper is lighter and harder metal than lead is. It requires speed of a high-powered rifle to expand. While supporters may have looked up ammo online, I shot thousands of dollars of ammo in slug guns and rifles, evaluating what works and what does not. I currently use copper in my slug gun and one rifle. Copper ammo does work well on high-powered rifles used in 11 counties and shotgun slugs in the remainder of the counties. Copper works in a few straight-wall cartridge rifles. Older rifles made before 1975 have slower twist barrels. It will not stabilize copper bullets. 22, now this is important, 22 rimfire rifles have no lead-free ammo being manufactured and sold in the United States. This would end small game hunting with a 22 rifle. It will never function in a 22. It's simple physics. If reduction of lead is your true goal, we can work together and use copper where it works and education on all other aspects. For these reasons, I find unfavorable review with SB 634. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Just pass the mic down to your left. Okay, and proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. John Jocelyn speaking for 2A Maryland. I want to correct something that you heard. You were told that the military has switched to non-lead ammunition. This is not true. Some special operators do use it, but by and large, all military ammunition is lead core with a steel penetrator in it. That being said, you were told that this is a pro-hunting bill and that the hunters support it. I didn't hear any hunters testifying in favor. You were told that this is a phase out and that's the solution. Well, that is not true. My own personal rifle is the .35 Remington. Copper ammunition or non-lead ammunition is not available in that cartridge at all. Even if I hand load and use a proper diameter bullet, it requires, according to the manufacturer, a twist rate of 1 in 10 inches, which is 1 revolution for every 10 inches of barrel. My rifle, which is typical of so many thousands of them in Maryland, has a 1 in 16 twist. What this means is the bullet will not stabilize because it's not being spun fast enough at velocities that rifle and cartridge are capable of delivering. One of the other problems with copper ammunition is you have to drive it fast enough for the bullet to expand. Again, you run into the ballistics problem whether the rifle can handle the pressures necessary to drive a projectile at that speed. I believe that the approach here of the blanket phase-in totality of a ban is not the way to go. At the very, very least, there should not be a ban on ammunition unless there is a compatible cartridge available for it on the market for the average hunter whose hunting license bills, the money they pay, help support the DNR programs. We're not opposed to conservation, but we believe that this wide spectrum approach is not in the best interest of the state, the hunters, or the wildlife. We ask for an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Let's just go down the table. Sir, next, up to 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Madam Vice Chair and honorable members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on Senate Bill 634. My name is B. Frederick, and I'm the Eastern States and Local Liaison for Safari Club International, or SCI. In your packet, you have our written testimony submitted jointly with the National Shooting Sports Foundation and the Sportsmen's Alliance, and we respectfully ask for an unfavorable report on this bill. First, we do want to acknowledge and think it's important to look at lead that is used commercially in several forms. The form of ammunition is metallic, and it is not the same, less easily absorbed by the body than the form that's found in lead paint or lead gasoline, which is the organic form of lead. Second, we also want to strictly focus on the science and specifically, where any potential environmental, health, or species detrimental impacts from lead ammo are actually occurring in the state of Maryland. Simply put, we find this legislation is overreaching and unwarranted, and the result of prohibiting lead ammunition would be a decline in hunter participation and recruitment, and the resultant declines in conservation funding for DNR, as well as hunting's role as a management tool, especially for deer. Maryland DNR just released numbers showing a 16% increase in deer harvest of this year over last year, and over 10% increase in deer harvest this year over the 5-year average. Prohibiting traditional ammunition will certainly impact deer harvest numbers and deer management. Maryland's DNR's counterpart in New York, the Department of Environmental Conservation, previously opposed mandated lead phase-outs or lead restrictions in their 2022 lead ammunition working group study, which should also have been included in your packet, because it would be, quote, challenging to advance and come with significant social costs, potentially compromising the effectiveness of other conservation efforts, and would immediately create additional costs and challenges for hunters due to availability issues. SCI strongly believes that efforts related to the use of non-traditional ammunition should not be blanket mandates, but rather focus on educational, voluntary, and incentive-based efforts.
Okay, thank you. Sir?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, for the record, I'm Chris Kopacki, representing the National Shooting Sports Foundation. I want to spend my time talking about some real alternatives that actually do work. If the goal is to simply reduce lead ammunition used in hunting or left behind after a deer is harvested, Arizona and New York are fine examples of what can be done. Arizona's voluntary lead-free ammunition program, which began in 2003, encourages hunters to use non-lead ammunition or remove lead-contaminated gut piles when taking game. To accomplish this, hunters receive educational information, are entered into raffles, receive a coupon for a free box of lead ammunition, and they currently boast a compliance rate of over 80%. Last fall, instead of a ban, New York implemented a similar voluntary program providing hunters with a rebate program for trying non-lead ammunition. The common theme here is if you provide education and incentives for hunters to try non-lead alternatives, most hunters will voluntarily participate. Without question, hunters are some of the most conservation-conscious folks around. They respect the land and want healthy game populations. Mandates and bans aren't necessary. Only one state in the country has a complete ban on lead ammunition for all hunting, and that's California. Since they enacted their ban in 2013, not one state has followed. Lastly, I want to point out that the supply and availability of some non-lead alternatives is in flux, especially with the new tariffs being imposed. We do not know how this will affect costs in the supply chain for these products. Manufacturers are very concerned about a 25% tariff on copper and other elements. The U.S. imports approximately 50% of its copper, with the most coming from Canada, Mexico, and Chile. With this in mind, again, we do urge you to oppose a ban, especially when effective voluntary alternatives are available. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to our final witness on this panel.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chairman Fellman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the EEE Committee. My name is Kaylee Leager, and I am the Assistant Manager for the Mid-Atlantic States with the Congressional Sportsmen's Foundation. In addition to my professional introduction, I would like to note that I am a generational Eastern Shore native, a lifelong hunter, and it is great to be back in front of you all today. As the senator, the sponsor mentioned earlier, the bill was amended to just touch on the lead ammunition portion here, and so I ask that the legislature work with the Department of Natural Resources to provide an educational and voluntary incentive-based program regarding the use of non-lead hunting ammunition. I will not repeat all of the great things that my friends to my right have said to me here, but I did request an overview of options for effectively addressing the issue of lead hunting ammunition in the state of Maryland from the North American Non-Lead Partnership that was submitted as an amendment to my written testimony that you should have before you. And again, I'm just asking that we go about this through an educational program with DNR. So I ask an unfavorable report on Senate Bill 634. Thank you.
Okay, questions for the unfavorables? Vice Chair Kagan.
Thank you, Chair. I didn't catch your name, sir. I'm sorry.
Chris Kopacki.
Chris Kopacki. CK? Voluntary compliance. A, do you have any idea what percentage of people have decided then voluntarily to stop using lead? There's nothing we can do about the tariffs, and elections have consequences and all that. I wonder, though, if I'm reliant on a food pantry to feed my family, I can't choose between voluntarily eating lead-infested deer meat or not. So I wonder whether it will be labeled, can you just amplify just a little bit? I heard you say California, I heard you say no other state, all that. Can you just give us a little more? What's the implication? What are the health implications and stuff for our lower income folks who rely on the venison that is donated to nonprofits and food pantries?
Sure. The only data I have on the compliance side is the data that comes out of Arizona. They've had their program in place now for over a decade, and they're reporting that 80% of the people, I guess they're doing their post-hunt surveys, are complying or switching to the non-lead alternatives. As far as the food banks go, I can't speak on behalf of them. I believe there are some in this country that do not take venison or meat that was potentially harvested with lead ammunition, but that's usually been left up to the individual food banks themselves, as my understanding goes.
Interesting. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kopecky. Thank you, Mr.
Okay, any additional questions for this panel? Okay, seeing none. As I said earlier, there are a couple of witnesses, Lindsey Thompson, Frank Boston. If they do show up later, we'll let them testify. But for now, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 634. And we're going to move to Senator Folden, has two bills. And Senator, we've got Senate Bill, let's start with Senate Bill 449, if that's okay. And then we've also got Senate Bill 736 after that. John Jocelyn from 2A Maryland, I don't know if he's here. John, why don't you come back up here, and you're signed up straight favorable on the bill. Senate Bill 449, Senator Folden, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Vice Chair, esteemed colleagues, for the record, William Folden, Senator representing Frederick County. Before you today is SB 449. 449 deals with the ability for those that are hunting to come basically bring Frederick and Washington counties into conforming with the other areas of Zone A in the state of Maryland. The purpose of prohibiting the Department of Natural Resources from prohibiting a certain licensed bow hunter from openly carrying a handgun under certain circumstances in Frederick County, Washington County during deer hunting season, and generally relating to bow hunting in Frederick and Washington County. So this is just would be an amendment or an addendum, however you want to say it, to existing legislation. DNR rules provide Maryland hunting zones into two regions, Region A and Region B. Region A covers the western tip of Washington County, Allegheny, and Garrett counties. Region B covers the rest of the state. Garrett, Allegheny, Washington, and Frederick counties have too many beer bills here. Too many beer bills this year. They have bear hunting seasons. The state extended bear hunting seasons to Washington and Frederick counties in 2016 due to the increasing bear population of the state. Maryland state law permits archery hunters in Region A, Garrett and Allegheny counties, as well as the western tip of Washington County, to carry a sidearm for bear protection while deer hunting. Similarly, situated archery hunters in Washington County and Frederick counties, Region B, are not permitted to carry a sidearm for bear protection when deer hunting. The largest bear harvested in the state weighed in at 650 pounds during last year's bear hunting season, and it was in Frederick County. A Frederick County hunter harvested a bear in 2020 that weighed 537 pounds. So we can see that the population of bear is growing and is coming eastward. Frederick County has seen perhaps the only two bear attacks in the state in recent years, both of them quite close to my residence, unfortunately, but I'm glad that these were not fatal. In 2016, a woman was mauled by a black bear near Gambrel State Park in Frederick. She sustained injuries to her head, face, arm, and legs, which required 80 stitches as she was trying to protect her grandchild. In September 2020, a woman was bitten by a bear in Myersville, my hometown, while working with her dogs and sustained an injury. The law allowing archery hunters to carry a sidearm for bear protection is a sound rule based upon logical policy to protect these hunters in areas with significant bear populations. And I don't think it should be broken down as simply as a A zone or a B zone. We need to look at how each county is directly impacted. And these two counties, which are carved out of the rest of Western Maryland, which is allowed to have this provision, are just asking for the same opportunity to protect themselves while they're out hunting. There was a letter of support from the Frederick County delegation, the Washington County delegation, and from the House Maryland Legislative Sportsman Caucus, in addition to the Frederick delegation vote count. You also have an amendment to make them aware, or for the changes of it going from a delegation bill changing the sponsors to Frederick County senators. And with that, I would ask for your favorable report on SB 449.
Okay, thank you. Sir, why don't you go next?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Vice Chair, John Jocelyn speaking for Maryland, 2A Maryland, in support of Senate Bill 449. I will echo what Senator Folden told you. I've been deer hunting in Western Maryland for many, many years. Black bears are increasingly common as they move eastward because of the population increase. They look for new habitat. It is a success story for conservation. Black bears are almost extinct. Now they're very common, and encounters in the woods are quite common. Being allowed to carry a sidearm for personal protection makes perfect sense. We have not seen any issues with it in terms of public safety over the years it's been in place, and we ask for a favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
And I just want to point out one thing, Mr. Chair, one last thing. And somewhere I'm being advised that the DNR has advised that they interpret the law to preclude hunters possessing a valid concealed carry permit from carrying a sidearm when deer hunting with archery equipment, which is also another issue that this would solve. Because we don't want our hunters getting in trouble with DNR because of some type of language far down in the book that would get them in trouble for just exercising their right to go out and bear arms and hunt. So thank you.
Thank you. Again, any questions for Senator Folden or his witness? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 449. Let's go to your other bill, Senate Bill 736, Senator Folden. Is Tyler Huff here? And what is Lindsey Thompson here? Okay, Lindsey. Okay, Senator Folden, we're on Senate Bill 736.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, esteemed colleagues. Before you today, Senate Bill 736. For the record, my name is William Folden, State Senator representing Frederick County. SB 736 deals with wildlife damage prevention and reimbursement funds. So right now we have a reimbursement fund for bears, and that we have an opportunity for those that have any crop damage or things of that nature. They're able to, because there's a stamp, a $5 stamp that's added to their fee of I guess the bear tags, that they're able to seek reimbursement if their beehive or their other agricultural areas are damaged. For the purposes of this bill, it would allow the Wildlife Damage Prevention and Reimbursement Fund to reimburse a person for certain damage caused by deer, geese, and other wildlife, generally relating to that damage of said animal. The purpose of the fund is to reimburse a person for damage caused by the deer, geese, or other wildlife to crops or other agricultural products. Proceeds from the sale of the conservation deer stamp or decal that may be purchased at a cost for $5 would help supply the fund, or would help give revenues to the fund. And this is subject to available funding. A person may be reimbursed from the fund for damage caused by deer, geese, or other wildlife in the amount not less than $200, but not more than $5,000 per year. And it just discusses about how the governor may include the annual budget for appropriation of less $50,000 to the fund. So with that, I'll turn it over to my panelists, but I would ask for your favorable report on SB 736.
Okay, Tyler, why don't you go next?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, Excuse me, for the record, Tyler Huff, Maryland Farm Bureau. Deer damage is no issue or no new concept to this committee. You're very familiar with hearing the agriculture community in here with concerns about deer damage and wildlife damage in general. And the bear program that Senator Fulton mentioned sets a great precedent for this additional program here. To give you some stats, there's roughly, last time the USDA surveyed Maryland farmers, deer were responsible for roughly 77% of the damage. Geese were responsible for roughly 11%. We're looking at roughly $50 an acre is what wildlife damage is costing farmers within our state. We're looking with the 1.2 million crop acres, close to about $60 million worth of damage from wildlife a year that Maryland farmers are having to take out of their pocket and deal with among the other issues going on, trying to make a profit within the state. I think this bill offers a great solution by the fact that it offers a reimbursement, but there's also a portion that allows for other practices to help prevent the damage in the first place. So it's a twofold concept here to prevent the damage, but when the damage does happen and cannot be prevented, there is a possible reimbursement as well. We thank the Senator very much for the bill and urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Thompson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Lindsay Thompson here today on behalf of Maryland Grain Producers Association in support of this legislation. As Tyler said, this is kind of expanding upon an existing program that's in place for bear damage abatement. So that grant program that you can put practices in place in order to avoid the bear damage in the first place. This would expand that to these other species, including deer, which Tyler and I are here talking to you about all the time, so I'm not going to repeat those statistics, but also geese as well. So Maryland is one of the biggest states in the nation for acres of cover crops planted. Some of those cover crops are winter wheat that are harvested in the spring and early summer. Geese can come in and wipe out an entire field of wheat, barley, or sorghum in a matter of days. So this would help to address those issues as well. We understand the existing fiscal climate that is going on, and so my understanding is that this bill is a may allocate and subject to available funds. And we also understand that there will never be enough funding there to address all of the crop damage, but we feel like this is a good start. Thank you.
Okay, any questions? Senator Brooks, and then we'll go to Senator Gallion. And then just a heads up, because Lindsay, if you want to stay here and testify on this bill this other bill, the Karen Lewis Young bill, after this is done, we'll take you and Frank Boston, and we'll completed that bill hearing and completely. Senator Brooks, then Senator Gallion.
All right, thanks, Chair. Ms. Thompson.
Yes,
yeah, hi. Yeah, what methods are the farmers using now to mitigate the losses?
Sure. So we have deer depredation permits that are available for deer damage specifically. So that would be hunting, right? Mm-hmm. This bill may authorize the use of a sharpshooter program to actually pay USDA. It's fairly expensive, but you could pay USDA to come in and harvest a large number of deer at one time. Mm-hmm. And then as far as geese, honestly, we're just running them out of the field with our trucks. But there are programs available for dogs to chase the geese out of certain fields as well.
All right. Okay, and then you saw the fiscal note on the bill?
Yeah. 600,000. I thought it was a May authorized.
Yeah, I thought it was a May authorized.
I did not look at the fiscal note specifically, but it sounds like the sponsor also thought it was a may allocate subject to available funds. So hopefully that can be addressed.
All right, thanks, Chair.
Senator Gallion.
Thank you for this bill. I know that's a big issue, especially when grain prices aren't that high and then you lose production because of deer. It really is a double hit. So would this be like a first come, first, depending on funding, would this be like a first come, first serve type program?
Yeah, I mean, it would be obviously no more than 5,000, and it would be as they occur. So if it occurs and you report it, it would be up to 5,000, no less than 200, and it would probably, I would imagine it would be handled in the order, the sequential order that they were reported.
And then would the payout work as far, you look at like market prices and guesstimate like say if there was 75% damage, what a normal year would be? Just curious how what that would kind of look like.
Yeah, so I think the existing bill requires a review to be done by the University of Maryland Extension. Yeah, so they would come out and do the evaluation. There are prices in place under the federal crop insurance program. So that would, I think, be the best way to go about it, would be to determine what the loss is, the county average yield, and then whatever the price floor is for that year.
Okay, thank you for the bill.
Okay, Vice Chair Kagan.
Senator Fulton and Lindsay, the word may is in the bill 5 times, but the bottom line is the math doesn't work. And I'm just going to read that it is estimated that deer, geese, and other wildlife covered by this bill will cause over $10 million in damage each year in Maryland, and a deer conservation stamp and related donations would likely generate less than $7,500. So $10 million in damage will have $7,500. I don't know about you in Western Maryland, but that math doesn't work for helping people who are facing damages.
Yeah, so this is a starting point that would allow the governor to put up to $50,000 also to start. But additionally, this would be subject to, like I said, the $5 stamp. So when people would go and they get their licensing, so I find it hard to believe that across the state of Maryland, we only would generate for $5, that there's only that many number, whatever 7,500 divided by 5 is, that number of deer tags.
So also in the DNR, Department of Natural Resources testimony, they're using current data, which is black bears, and they have sold a total of 585 black bear conservation stamps at $5 each, and that they have raised less than $3,000 each year.
Correct.
Again, the magnitude of the demand versus the money that's available seems...
Yeah, it's important to understand. This is a starting point. This is an important discussion. So the bear damage is not as frequent or as large scale as what we're seeing when we're dealing with the deer, which is why years ago, certain counties, I know Frederick County came in and they asked for the ability to hunt on Sundays so that they could eradicate the problem with the deer damaging their crop damage. So we're talking about a much larger swath of species that's out there causing damage, which then, if this would be passed, would allow for those monies to be put into this stamp program, and it's a broader scale. I mean, the bears are very small. They only hand out so many bear permits a year. We're talking about deer hunting. This is a much wider swath of...
One last question,
Yes.
Senator Fulton, because
Yes,
we
Senator.
have a lot more before us. If I were a farmer, wouldn't I also have insurance against such damage and such incursions by wildlife messing with my crops and my property?
So crop damage is, crop insurance, right, is a voluntary program that a lot of farmers do partake in. However, crop insurance is generally in place for catastrophic and weather-related events. And so not all crop insurance policies cover damage due to wildlife.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, additional questions for this panel? Okay, seeing none.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Fulton.
God bless you, Senator.
Concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 736. Frank Boston and Lindsay, if you want to stay here, because we had originally planned for the Senate Bill 634 to be like at the end of the calendar. I think everybody who wanted to testify was not here. So to accommodate the 2 witnesses who we missed were Frank Boston and Lindsay Thompson. So we're talking about Senate Bill 634. You both signed up favor with amendments. So why don't you, Lindsay, why don't you start, and then we'll go to Frank Boston, and then we'll be done with Senate Bill 634.
Thank you. Lindsay Thompson here on behalf of Maryland grain producers, again, favorable with amendments on Senate Bill 634. So I think my colleague, Mr. Boston, will touch on one of the other things, but the bill does kind of three very distinct and different things. And so the portion of the bill that we are supportive of would be the requirement for the Department of Natural Resources to set up a deer management technical assistance program. And so we've talked a lot about deer damage already, the tools that are in place. And so the idea would to be actually have people at DNR who are available to go out and provide technical assistance to farmers to do deer management surveys, determine what a sustainable population is for their property, and then help them to implement the tools that are in place already in order to cull the deer herd on their properties. The one amendment that we would request would be for addressing the lead ammunition portion of the legislation, either removing that or pushing the implementation timeline out for that one specifically. We've done some research and have found that the lead ammunition options for deer management are anywhere between 20 and 30% more expensive. We also have some concerns about the availability of that ammunition, specifically when you're talking about shotgun slug shells, which is different than the rifle ammunition that is more readily available. We've had discussions with the Department of Natural Resources and would leave that up to the sponsor and the experts in the lead ammo field on what those amendments would look like. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And Mr. Boston, your final witness on this bill.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Frank Boston III. I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Association of Wildlife Conservation. Some of our other members previously testified, and thank you for taking my testimony now. We are favorable with amendments. We spoke to the sponsor of the bill, Senator Lewis Young, and she does have amendments that remove fox chasers out of the bill. You know, my clients fox chase, and we recognize there's a desire to regulate and to develop statutes that govern fox chasing. Right now, we're completely exempt. But to simply put two brackets in this legislation, which removes the language that says hunt excludes the sport of fox chasing, what that means is that it puts us in the total definition of hunting. And if you look at the definition of hunting, it says to pursue. It's the only thing we do. And then it says to capture, to catch, to kill, to gig, to trap, to shoot, or attempt to do any of these things. Or in any manner reduce any bird or mammal to personal possession. We do none of that. We chase, the foxes run into a hole or into the woods, and that's the sport. We don't carry guns, we don't carry rifles. And so to throw us into the broad definition that pertains to hunters would be just too much. And so we've spoken to the sponsors, and we stand here now that we'll work with the committee to come up with legislation that, believe it or not, increases the fees that we haven't paid, that haven't been increased in a long time. We recognize that. And also to come up with a common sense regulation and licensing for our sport.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Boston. Vice Chair Kagan had
Mr. Boston,
clarifying question.
Don't hold me to it, but I am pretty sure that Senator Lewis Young said that fox chasing is going to be amended out of the bill.
Yes.
So I think you're good.
Yes, that's why I said I'm here to support her amendment. And she said she agrees. We met with her. She's taking us out. But I just wanted to give the testimony anyway, because I've learned over 29 years, she's the sponsor, but it's the committee's bill.
Yep.
Okay, well, that's good that we all agree with that. Okay, so any questions for Mr. Boston, Ms. Thompson? Okay, seeing none, that officially does conclude the bill hearing on Senate Bill 634. Okay, we're going to take Senator Quarterman next. We're going to move to Senate Bill 781. And Senator, why don't you come up? I think you have a presentation, and I've got panelists Daniel Spedden, William Armstrong, Stephen Beck, Michael Bowers is virtual here. I will pick him up next. And then after you, we're going to have the governor come down here, and he'll be up next after this piece of legislation. So Senator Quarterman, Senate Bill 781.
Thank you, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the EEE Committee. For the record, Senator Paul Quarterman representing District 2 in Washington and Frederick counties. Thank you for the opportunity to present Senate Bill 781, the task force for the establishment of a state park dedicated to veterans care. While that may sound like a worthy task, the reality is this. The goal here is to create not only the first state park dedicated to veterans care in the state of Maryland, but the first state park dedicated to veterans care in the nation. This bill is designed to honor the service of our veterans by exploring the creation of a state park focused on providing recreational opportunities and specifically therapeutic services tailored specifically to veterans' needs. Our veterans, who have given so much in service to our country, face unique challenges when returning to civilian life. Many veterans experience physical and mental health illnesses, including post-traumatic stress disorder, depression, and physical injuries, which can make reintegration into society difficult. This proposed park would serve as a sanctuary, offering not only recreational activities, but also therapeutic services that can improve their quality of life by providing the opportunity for retreats, therapies, and therapeutic services to veterans who we owe and who are in need of these services. The task force will assess the costs, the funding models, the operational structures, et cetera, to make this park a reality. Furthermore, the task force will develop a clear action plan for the next steps, including funding options and sustainable operational models, making sure that the park can continue to serve our veterans well into the future. The proposed park not only represents a tangible way to care for our veterans, but also exemplifies our commitment to ensuring that Maryland is a state that values their sacrifices made by those who served in the military. The impact of such a facility would be profound, providing a peaceful space for healing and community for those who have dedicated their lives to protecting our freedoms. Colleagues, if you look at the written testimony submitted, you'll see this proposed legislation has support of our Maryland General Assembly's Veteran Caucus, as well as support of the Washington County government and Operation Red Wings, an industry leader in veteran therapeutic services. We appreciate the opportunity to be here today. We thank you for your consideration of this bill and respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 781.
Okay, thank you, Senator. Let's go down the table. Sir, each of you is going to have up to 2 minutes. Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the Education, Energy, and Environment Committee. That's a mouthful. Let me start. I'm Bill Armstrong. We're the owners of the property, Terra Firma Retreat property. Let me just start with a little background. My family acquired this property in question about 35 years ago, and we had originally intended to develop a hotel property with designs on conferences and meetings. That is due to, and if you saw the map that was up a minute ago, that's due to the immediate proximity to the Appalachian Trail and the C&O Canal. It's adjacent to both. They're just steps away. As a matter of fact, Harper's Ferry is just across the river, which you can see in that map, and our location provides great access to many other points of historical and recreational significance. Now, my family has a very proud military history. So when my father passed, it occurred to me and my siblings that this property may have a higher calling. We've discussed a donation to honor our veterans and help provide mental wellness to those who are so deserving. In speaking with Dan Spedden, down at the end here, about the possibilities, he indicated that there is a great need for additional trailhead access and parking. And we also discussed the extension of the Rails to Trails program, which could be extended through the Weaverton area via this property. And my intention all along was to create a sustainable way to help our veterans and honor my family. The therapeutic retreats that my organization offers encourages mental wellness, prevents suicide, and virtually saves lives. With all that, I'd be pleased to serve on this proposed task force and hopefully make a difference in the welfare of our veterans. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, sir. You're up next. 2 minutes.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. My name is Steve Beck. I'm President and Executive Director of the Military Bull Foundation, a 501c nonprofit. I'm writing today in support of SB 781 to establish a task force to study the issues of state park dedicated to veterans care. In 2016, our foundation purchased a 294-acre property near Cambridge, Maryland, and established Patriot Point, a retreat center for wounded, ill, and injured service members, their families, and caregivers to enjoy outdoor recreational activities in a safe environment. I am not exaggerating when I say that Patriot Point is one of the most important places in this great state and beyond. Roughly 500 guests per year visit Patriot Point. Some fish, others hunt, some work out in the Under Armour Freedom Center, some do yoga, some sit on the beach and relax. Some feed chickens, tend to plants in the greenhouse. They might take a kayak out or a stand-up paddleboard. We have 2.3 miles of shoreline. Some go out on a boat or cast a line for fishing. And others partake in skeet shooting. Guests might stay for a day, overnight, or a weekend, or even a week. But regardless of how long, their feedback is nearly universal. When can I come back? At Patriot Point, our saying goes, healing begins at the front gate, and that certainly is true. It has been incredibly moving to see the impact that Patriot Point makes on so many people and how we are making a difference. But no matter how hard we try, we can only touch the surface by servicing, 500 guests a year. These brave defenders of freedom need to know that someone cares about their well-being, that there are people who generally want to overcome the adversity that they face as a result of serving our country. The establishment of a state park in Western Maryland that will be dedicated to veterans care would be an amazing resource for so many Maryland residents. Military Bowl Foundation is here to help the state in any way we can and establishing partnerships, basically any way we can to help support. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Let's go to our last witness on this panel.
Good afternoon, everyone. My goal here today was to answer the question, why partner with the Maryland Park Service? In December of 2019, the Maryland Department of Natural Resources and the Maryland Department of Commerce teamed up to produce the Maryland Outdoor Recreation Economic Commission's final report. The report states that aside from the impact of regional economies, Maryland residents and non-residents alike realize health and quality of life benefits from participating in outdoor recreation. In December of 2021, the Department of Legislative Services Office of Policy Analysis produced a report of the State Park Investment Commission. The report stated that DNR should investigate the possibility of establishing new state parks or developing new amenities in current state parks. The report further states that DNR should coordinate with county, municipal, and federal park systems to increase trail connectivity between park systems. And finally, the Great Maryland Outdoors Act of 2022 calls for DNR to develop on behalf of state parks a partnership plan to include county tourism entities, that's me, and economic development offices. The act further calls for the creation of partnership parks managed by the department with a local government, a county agency, or a nonprofit. That's them. So why partner with a state park? Because two very recent state commissions and a very popular act of legislation called for it, identified it as a good idea, and encouraged DNR to pursue it.
Okay, thank you, sir. Senator Carrozza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Quarterman, thank you for this legislation, and thank you to the panel. Just a brief question. In Worcester County, we have the Worcester County Veterans Memorial, and if you've never been there, you walk around the site. It has stops all along every military engagement of the U.S. And in Worcester County, every fifth grader, their field trip is to visit the Worcester County Veterans Memorial. The reason I'm bringing this up, I was wondering if you have started with some, I'm aware of what's going on in Cambridge, but I was wondering if you have followed up with some of the partnerships with, like the board at the Worcester County Veterans Memorial and others that could, really kind of help, continue to build the support for, the first ever, not only in the state but in the nation, for this Veterans Park.
Sure. And so real quick, I'll answer and defer to Mr. Armstrong, who's been involved in a variety of organizations, and Mr. Beck as well. But yes, we have reached out to some other entities throughout the state that have parks like you're talking about in Worcester. The difference here is the park that we're trying to create is a little bit unique in the fact of wanting to have a retreat center to offer therapeutic services, to have basically all the amenities that a lot of the parks that you're describing have, but really to be able to provide those the mental health component that is so desperately needed. But Mr. Armstrong has a lot of involvement with Operation Red Wings.
Yeah, Mr. Armstrong, if you could do it, and then we're going to take one more question from Senator Brooks. We have the governor waiting outside, eager to come in here and testify. So
you should ask him about this bill. I believe he's
okay. Mr. Armstrong, and then we'll go to Senator Brooks for the the final question.
Thank you. I think that we've evolved. This whole project started as being something that would be owned and operated by a nonprofit. To take this to the state and involving the county is just amazing to me that it could have so much more outreach. So I think we want to imagine what this could be. And I've got a lot of good ideas, and I haven't run into anybody yet that has been anything less than extremely enthusiastic. As a matter of fact, I can't imagine many have not said, how can I help? So.
Okay, Senator Brooks, and then we're going to bring in Wes Moore, okay? How about you get the last
thanks,
question?
Chair. Senator Coleman, thanks for the bill.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and we know, I know you were involved with Operation Red Wing, you know? Okay. And then that's a path to bring veterans some healing from those invisible wounds. Sometimes can be more debilitating than those physical ones. Yeah, yeah. So can you tell us a little bit more about Operation Wagrin and the retreats that you provide?
I sure can. I've been on the board there for a number of years. It was a foundation started by Marcus Luttrell, who was a Navy SEAL. His whole outfit was killed in Afghanistan. He was the survivor, and they made a movie. He wrote a book called Lone Survivor. And we have evolved, and it's now called Operation Red Wings. That was the name of the mission. We have been operating retreats since 2011 in Texas and in North Carolina, and I've been trying to encourage them to do some retreats up here. We're so close to the Pentagon and any number of things, a lot of retired military in this area, but we do multiple therapies. We do equine therapy. We do yoga first thing in the morning for those who want to participate. We do yoga before they go to sleep, but we also do some very sophisticated things. And one of our board members is retired recently from Walter Reed, where he was the chief neurologist, and they do a program called ART, Accelerated Resolution Therapy, very effective, one-on-one counseling. And all these retreats, by the way, that we operate are free of charge to veterans. So the fundraising that we bring forward is to provide free services to veterans. We do spouse retreats, male and female retreats, couples retreats if they've gone through the program, and then family retreats. But one person has an issue in a household, the whole household is impacted. So we are making great strides and helping a lot of people.
Okay, any additional questions for the panel? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 781. And we're going to next move to the governor's bill, Senate Bill 430. Thank you, Senator Quarterman. Let's find our governor. I see Secretary Day. Why don't you come up to the witness stand? Secretary Wu. Brad Fallon here. He's coming in with the governor. And then Mary Kane from the Maryland Chamber of Commerce. Mary, why don't you come up to the witness stand? And then we will take it from there. Let's find our governor. There he is. Okay. Okay, Mr. Fallon, Governor Moore on Senate Bill 430. And whenever you're ready, Governor, you can proceed, and we're not going to put you on the clock. Sorry. And tell us who you are.
Thank you so much. For the record, my name is Wes Moore. I am the governor of Maryland, and thank you so much, Chair and Vice Chair, just for having us here. It really means the world to us that you would allow us to come and testify on a bill that we believe in, and that we're thankful for the chance to be able to speak with each and every one of you about. I want to thank you all for allowing us to testify on the Housing for Jobs Act. We looked at the calendar almost a year ago to the day. I had the opportunity to come in front of the House and the Senate to testify on behalf of our housing package that we're pulling together last year, where we sat together and we had a chance to talk about the importance of investing in housing. And that was because of the challenges that we face and because, frankly, the people of our state were requiring us to. because we continue to see the need to be able to address the most pressing issue for many Maryland families, which is housing affordability, housing stock, and housing inventory. That we're proud of the fact that together we were able to pass a historic housing package that we were grateful to have the chance to work on last year. And we also believe that this legislation is a continuation of an important step forward and really meeting Marylanders where they are. The challenges that we were hearing from people last year, even with a historic housing package that we were able to get done together, we know that they were years in the making, and that despite the progress that we're able to see with that package, that alone was not going to solve some of the larger challenges that we see within housing and housing supply and housing prices for the people of our state. And we knew that it was going to be required for us to be able to come back again this year and talk about what is still the #1 important issue for the people of our state. We have worked together now for over 2 years to transform neighborhoods all across the state of Maryland, from the Eastern Shore to Western Maryland to everywhere in between, creating new pathways and new industries of work, wages, and wealth. And we've been able to work together to take Maryland's unemployment rate from 43rd in the country to now being amongst the lowest unemployment rates in the entire country, now going on for 14, 15 straight months. All that being said, we still lack housing inventory. All that being said, we have made progress, but we still have far too many Marylanders who are choosing if they are going to stay in the state of Maryland for one reason alone: housing costs. All that being said, we have exciting new industries that we are investing in, exciting new industries that we are building out, that Maryland is leading on, and places and businesses that are deciding if they can come here based on one single word: housing. Because Maryland is still the 43rd least affordable housing market in the country. That Maryland has the least affordable housing market of all of our neighboring states. That polling shows the high cost of housing as still the #1 issue in the state of Maryland. And when we talk to young Marylanders, they are literally thinking about moving for one reason: housing. And so if we know that housing is the main motivation why young people make up 2/3 of the migration out of the state, we know that this is something that we have to continue to address, and that's why the Housing for Jobs Act becomes so important. This legislation, it cuts the red tape for housing production in communities with a high availability of jobs and a low availability of housing. It will give builders a certain measure of certainty when it comes to planning, when it comes to executing projects, which we know for them is not just about time. We know for them it's also about money. And we are taking these steps without heavy-handed preemption. We are simply asking our local partners to enforce the planning and zoning ordinances that they have already chosen to adopt. And so that way, it is that spirit of planning and zoning regulations that we can make sure that what they have already passed can now be actually put out effectively and efficiently. And these changes are going to help us to build more. These changes will help us to drive down costs. These changes will help to make sure that more Marylanders can live where they work. And so when I talk to my colleagues around the country and other governors, that even on many issues that we might disagree with, the thing that we are all in complete agreement about is pretty much every governor in the country, both Democrat and Republican, in blue states and in red states, are all now trying to tackle the issue of housing in their own individual states. We are seeing how Montana is aggressively focusing on housing. We are seeing how Colorado is trying to aggressively focus on housing. We are seeing how Florida is trying to aggressively focus on housing. That 35 states are issuing more residential building permits per capita every year than us. Maryland is still permitting new housing at a rate nearly 40% lower than before the 2008 crash. That it is going to require years of intense focus for Maryland to get on track on this. It is why last year we made housing a focus. This year we are making housing a focus, and we hope that we will continue and hopefully see progress, so that in the years going ahead, they will see how the changes that we are collectively making together can make a real dent in what is the #1 issue for the people of our state. And so I'm grateful for the time and the opportunity to be able to testify and also answer questions. I'm also grateful for the panel that we have assembled here, and we look forward to further conversations with this panel. So thank you very much.
Okay, Governor, are you, Secretary Day, you want to go next? I assume you're here not just for questions, you're here to actually weigh in?
I'll contribute if that's okay.
Absolutely.
Mr. Chair? Yes. No, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, esteemed members of the committee, it's so good to be with you again. We get to spend a lot of time together. I'm grateful for that. For the record, my name is Jake Day. I'm the Secretary of Housing and Community Development for the state. And as Governor Moore said, increasing the availability of housing is essential to build a Maryland that is more affordable and more competitive. We may not be able to control the cost of lumber or interest rates, but what we can control is the uncertainty and unpredictability in regulatory processes. It is proven that objectively applied laws and standards can increase the rate of housing production by 33%. We know this because other states have done it. Colorado, Montana, Massachusetts, New Jersey have all adopted similar legislative reforms, and they're seeing the results. And Marylanders are supportive of us doing so as well. Polling released just yesterday shows that 79% of Marylanders support a state law requiring local governments to stick to clear, objective criteria when evaluating housing projects. The Housing for Jobs Act identifies local housing infrastructure gaps and ensures that we default to yes on housing proposals. Jurisdictions in regions with more than 1.5 jobs per housing unit must approve new housing unless a compelling reason outweighs the housing need, which we know exists. This ensures more Marylanders can live where they work, and Maryland can live out the smart growth principles that we have for decades espoused. The legislation does not require any upzoning or change in regulation or density. It's looking to maximize what's already allowed by saying that the rules for development need to be clear and consistent and clearly and consistently applied. Local jurisdictions with those housing infrastructure gaps can deny housing projects that, for example, don't meet their own objective criteria, will have an adverse health or safety impact on the residents, or in areas with insufficient school capacity. We appreciate all of our partners' support for this bill, including the Maryland State Education Association, who recognizes that our teachers need to be able to afford to live where they work. The Chamber of Commerce, who recognize that housing is a prerequisite to economic growth. The Maryland Association of Counties and the Maryland Municipal League, who've been working to ensure all of our great local planning ultimately comes to fruition. Through partnership with you in the General Assembly, I am confident that we can change the landscape for Marylanders, make it a more affordable place to live for all who desire to call Maryland home. Thank you for your time, and I urge a favorable report on on Senate Bill 430.
Okay, thank you, Secretary Day. Secretary Wu, why don't you go next?
Thank you, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Portia Wu. I am Secretary of the Maryland Department of Labor and testifying in support of SB 430, the Housing for Jobs Act. I want to put a finer point on some of the issues the governor and Secretary Day have already raised. It's clear that to grow our economy, we need to attract more workers. Maryland is still in desperate need of people to fill key jobs. Last month, Maryland had 133,000 open jobs posted, including 17,000 openings in healthcare, 8,000 in education, and nearly 6,000 in transportation. We need more professionals, nurses, teachers, first responders, school bus drivers to not only help grow our economy, but also to keep our communities safe and healthy and educate our children. But workers need places to live, and the high cost of housing is having a direct impact on our state's ability to attract and keep prime-age workers. The governor alluded to the problem of young people not staying in Maryland. In 2022, nearly 40,000 young Marylanders aged 17 to 34, so prime working age, left the state, accounting for nearly 2/3 of Maryland's outmigration. And far and away, the top two reasons young people cite for leaving are commute and housing. Quite simply, young people cannot find the housing they want close to where they work, and it's causing them to leave our state. And frankly, they're going just over the line to Virginia and Pennsylvania. To understand what the housing market looks like to an average family, we took a look at housing costs relative to the salaries of firefighters, licensed practical nurses, and elementary school teachers, just to give a clearer picture of this. And over again, we find that rents and mortgages are significantly above what these workers can afford in some of Maryland's largest counties. I put more detail in my written testimony, but I'll just share a couple of examples here. So for example, in Montgomery County, the median annual income for an LPN, a licensed practical nurse, is $70,000, but typical annual rent is nearly $28,000. So that nurse would have to spend nearly 40% of their income on rent alone. In Anne Arundel County, the median income for a firefighter is just under $63,000, with annual rent typically around $28,000. So meaning a firefighter would have to spend 45%, nearly half of their income on rent. In Howard County, an elementary school teacher's median income is $66,000 with annual rent around $27,000. So again, a second grade teacher would have to spend nearly 45% of their income to afford rent in the county where they teach. I will note, purchasing a home is even more out of reach than these rental numbers. So in order to retain and attract the talent our state needs to grow, we need communities where young people and families can afford to live. Increasing housing availability will help attract and keep workers in our state and build more robust and resilient local economies. With that, I respectfully request a favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Secretary Wu. Brad, are you here just for questions? Or you? Okay, so we're going to go to Mary Kay next from the Maryland Chamber of Commerce.
Yes. Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and esteemed members of the committee. My name is Mary Kane, and I'm proud to speak on behalf of the Maryland Chamber of Commerce in strong support of the Housing for Jobs Act of 2025, Senate Bill 430. Maryland's housing crisis is no longer just a social issue. It is an economic emergency. Our state ranks 43rd in housing affordability and has the highest cost of living among our neighboring states. These rising costs are pushing businesses and workers away, as we have heard, and stifling economic growth and making it increasingly difficult for employers to attract and retain talent. Today, Maryland has 33 workers available for every 100 job openings. Businesses are struggling to fill positions, expand operations, and contribute to our economy because employees simply cannot afford to live where they work. If we fail to address this crisis, economic growth in Maryland will continue to stagnate. The Housing for Jobs Act is a game-changing solution. It ensures that our housing supply keeps pace with job growth, requiring local jurisdictions to prioritize development in areas of greatest need. By incentivizing the construction of new and affordable workforce housing, this legislation will strengthen our business climate, improve quality of life, and create new economic opportunities. For Maryland's business community, this is not just about housing. It is about economic sustainability. The bill streamlines approvals, removes unnecessary barriers, and reduces regulatory red tape that has driven up housing costs and development timelines. It allows jurisdictions to challenge unjustified denials, ensuring that local policies align with regional economic growth. The economic impact is undeniable. If we build the 149,206 housing units needed to close Maryland's infrastructure gap, the state would see over $1.1 billion in new tax revenue, while local governments could gain over $1.6 billion in tax and fee revenue. These funds will support infrastructure, education, and public services, fueling a cycle of economic reinvestment. The Maryland Chamber of Commerce urges the swift passage of SB 430. By expanding workforce housing, we are not only investing in homes, but in Maryland's workforce, our businesses, and the future of our economy. Thank you for your time, and I respectfully urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 430.
Okay, thank you. We're going to take questions. The governor or the panel. We'll start with Vice Chair Kagan, and we'll go to Senator Galliano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If Brad's only here for questions, my instinct is to ask him really hard questions. But instead, Governor or anyone else on the panel, could you explain to us, please, the difference between last year's bill and this one, and specifically, what would this bill do to keep some of our young people in Maryland and able to afford to stay in Maryland?
I'll take it first. Thank you so much. And I think first, and thank you for the question and for your leadership, Senator. One is we knew that this problem was not one that a single bill or even a single legislative session was going to fix. That this was going to take additional time to come back, and so we knew that by being able to find and adjust the things that were missing and the adjustments that were required was the reason that we're really coming back on this, and why we think this one actually helps to continue to add on to the success of last year's package that we worked on together, to be able to really identify the things that even other states have had measurements of success on. So whether it be New Jersey, whether it be Virginia, other places, Connecticut, that have been able to use, incentivizing more local jurisdiction on these issues to be able to help to both streamline for the way they're looking at it, but also looking at local government's role when it comes to planning and zoning their communities with more predictable, predictable results was something that Maryland needed and something that Maryland specifically lacked behind. And I think specifically how it's going to work for a lot of young people is when you're watching people who are, whether they are finishing elements of higher education or even their K-12 education, one of the first things that they are going to look for when it comes to selecting a place where they want to work is what are the housing inventory look like in those areas. By being able to increase the inventory, by being able to make the inventory more affordable, by being able to speed up that inventory, we think it's not just going to help to fulfill the workers' needs because they are looking and they're trying to attract this talent, and they will go wherever that talent is actually lying. But what it's also doing is making sure that we're creating a greater sense of pipeline and durability for young people who are inside of these areas and looking for long-term places to stay and make careers. I don't know if there's anything else you want.
Yeah, Senator, I think that's the governor really covered it. The only thing I would add is that as we produce more housing, we know there is an impact on affordability writ large, particularly for young people that are earning a starting income. What happens is, if we were to see the implementation of legislation like Housing for Jobs Act, we estimate that would be 7,700 new housing units per year coming online. The production of new housing in the places where jobs exist today is likely to have an impact on the types of housing units that can come in at a lower price point. The burdensome and very confusing and often unpredictable regulatory environment, the status quo, favors the production of luxury housing, luxury apartments, and McMansions, frankly. That is what is favored. If you can profit while sustaining years of carrying costs, then you're going to make it through the process. Nonprofit developers, affordable housing developers, small developers, those are the types of developers and types of development that is not likely to come to the market. So we believe there will be a direct and immediate impact with the Housing for Jobs Act.
Okay, we'll go in the order that folks put their lights on. We're going to go Senator Gallion, Senator Washington, then Senator Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Governor. Always good to see you.
Good to see you, too, Senator.
A question on the 1.5 jobs to one housing unit ratio. I was curious how you came up with that. You mentioned like Colorado and other states that have had some success. Was it modeled off a certain state, or can you just tell us how you came up with that ratio?
Brad, you want to, the only thing I'll say is that there's a variety of academic research that supports that ratio, and we recognize that one for one, so let's use that as a starting point for discussion's sake, just doesn't make sense. There are plenty of seniors, there are families that have multiple working adults in a household, so we had to look at, kind of what the academic literature suggested is a norm, and then above that would be outside of the norm and an area where housing was shorted. So that was the reason for that calculation and for structuring it around a calculation rather than just looking at every community as responsible for achieving its own goals or own figures or some other approach to the problem. Brad, you want to?
Yeah, I think just to slightly build on that, I think part of the benefit we have this year is having gone through last year, candidly, and having a lot of scrutinizing conversations with this committee and the counterpart in the House. I think one of the things that we found is that there should be some degree of a regional approach, right? If, say, we have 96,000 housing unit shortage. You build all 96,000 on the lower shore, you probably didn't solve a ton for Central Maryland, right? And so what we're looking is how people actually live their lives and where they're clustering in the state to not paint with what some has called more of a broad brush. On the 1.5 to 1, I think the most simple answer to the question is we didn't come up with that one. We are adopting that, but as Secretary Day mentioned, it's based off of decades of academic literature. In planning more generally, that is a good benchmark utilized because, as the Secretary mentioned, you don't need 1-for-1. People live together, not everybody's in the housing market. That is essentially a tipping point where you can see a more structural imbalance that creates economic problems.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go to Senator Washington and then to Senator Watson.
Excuse me, a little bit of a cold, but always good to see you, Governor, and always good to sort of vision and think big with this administration and all of you. I have a couple of questions. One is just sort of a factoid. On page 5, when you were developing the regions, just how did those come about? And what's their purpose for the regions? Are there specific things that happen? So it says in the purposes of this title, regions are designated as follows. There's the Baltimore region, a Washington suburban region, a southern. So just wondering just how the particular counties got assigned to each of the regions.
I can answer that. Senator, if that's all right. Senator, so we started with the metropolitan areas, Washington metro area and the Baltimore metro area, and then used Maryland Department of Planning definitions for the rest of the state that are non-metropolitan areas, or even the Salisbury metropolitan area, of which I'm intimately familiar. It gets lumped into the lower shore region more broadly, but that was the thinking behind that.
And then just a
I'm sorry, which I should just note, for Baltimore and Washington, and for the OMB definition of metropolitan areas, they're using commuting patterns. So it's closely connected to jobs and geography.
And is this to calculate the regional housing infrastructure gap?
Yes.
Okay. And then you also have a local housing infrastructure gap.
Yes.
So it's done by region?
So then with, yes, Senator. So great question. Really important part of the bill is that within each region that has a regional gap, because the job market is regional, within each region, we then apportion the gap to each county based on the percentage of the jobs in that region that are in that county. This is where we really get down to the nuts and bolts of trying to do a better job with building housing where the jobs are and living out those smart growth principles that we've said for a long time are key to our work as a state. So if we were to just say, they can land wherever within a region, we will continue to overburden transportation systems. We will continue to develop housing far from jobs. What we achieve by having the local apportionment is actually getting that granular effort of getting the housing units close to where the jobs already exist.
Okay, just would love to talk with you. There's some outliers that are in some of the regions that, if depending on how you're measuring it, it could overestimate the number or underestimate it, and you have some lower cost counties with higher so it's just I want to understand it and see.
Secretary Day's not going. We know how to find him if you get.
No, I know. I'm just sorry. So now the more fun questions. This has to do with how these line up, this bill, and the ability of a local or anyone for us to override or just say permit first, right? And I like that we do have some things that you are prioritizing and say that you can't have that's not a good enough reason. I don't see environmental protection. I don't, you say environmental and public health, but I would like to specifically ensure that, because it's in our land use code as one of the top 10 priorities, for defining what quality of life is in housing, is environmental protection and resource conservation. So, as you might know, there's already issues of variances being issued and, and permits being issued, prioritizing the permit over the ability to protect natural resources or air quality. So is there room in this as well to add that?
Yeah, if I could take that one, Senator. So I do think, so first of all, open to the conversation without a doubt, and the particulars. On the applicability of this, though, the kind of, it's somewhat of a catch-all, but there's real meaning behind it. The last section of the document we sent over that says objective development criteria, that essentially is what your county set. So if you have style guides, you have setbacks, you have height limitations, you are preserving certain land, this is not automatically upzone and move through a variance process. Rather, it just says, hey, once you have set this, if you said that you have protected this land, you've protected this land. And that's what captures that, is just say that's the objective standard. Some counties may adopt something that says you have to have a certain, a LEED certification, right, for energy efficiency, or parking requirements, or electric vehicle chargers. That would all as well be an objective criteria. So I do believe it's captured, but I understand your point of the importance of calling it out. So very happy to follow up with your office.
And if I may, a specific follow-up, it would be on page 10, lines 24, where you talk about the local jurisdictions having affirmative obligation to expeditiously approve development project applications, as well as not denying. I think there's already a message in our state agencies that finding ways to approve a project over, frankly, our own laws having to do with environmental protection is something that we should look at, and definitely in every case, it would be, I would think it would be our interests in looking at our laws and our values and why we permit, and that has to be in here. So, Governor, what are your thoughts in that realm?
On the idea that is it something that's complementary of what we have for overall state
Right,
agencies?
because I get what you're, like, you don't want the typical NIMBY, you don't want a lot of the things that local governments do to block, right? But, I haven't really had this conversation with any of the agency heads here. Oh, yes, I have. There are approval of permits that are counter to our air quality, land quality, water quality, and allow for variances and mitigations that are actually not in the interests of the people who live. They might contribute to flooding, it might contribute to air quality, et cetera. So I just think with this, it's really important. Another consideration is have areas already had the disproportionate burden of placing affordable housing. We see that in our state as well, that counties put all their public housing or low-income housing or whatever housing in certain parts of the county.
Right.
So, Sir Washington, why don't you make this your last question? We've got other folks here. We can obviously take some of this offline as well. So why don't you answer Senator Washington's question, any of you?
Yeah, so it was okay, and then I can, because if you're looking at some of the things that have already been moved towards, and whether they be the density bonuses that have been laid out, how the utilization of LIHTC, et cetera, in no way is this coming in and saying that it's somehow superseding what has been laid out before. It's a little about how exactly do you have that coordination with the localized jurisdictions to be able to understand that there can be a streamlining and a supporting of processes, but it's not necessarily a superseding of processes, if I'm understanding the question correctly. Sorry, Xenia.
No, I'm just saying all the agencies.
Yeah.
And Senator, if I could, just to cite some examples, I mean, we've seen 2 different proposals in Montgomery County, a 187 unit mixed income development in Silver Spring and 109 unit affordable development in Rockville, approved through all county and city staff. In both cases, met all the requirements under the law, and only when there was a public hearing and pushback did the rules change. Right. Law was changed midstream to undermine the approval of a project that did comply with state and local law. There's an example in Anne Arundel County of 84 affordable housing units. The same thing happened, amended the affordable housing approval process after the fact. I mean, millions of dollars being spent to build affordable housing to address our housing crisis, and the rules changed halfway through the process. That's not objective. That's not, that doesn't support anything we're trying to achieve as a state. And I think it's those examples that we really want to try to buffer against as a state and try to create an environment of predictability, not to undermine our environmental ethics. So I think working with you to find solutions to that, I mean, critical areas, sensitive soils, slopes, wetlands, all of those things are still fundamental things that ought to be protected.
Okay, we're going to go to Senator Watson, then a quick question from Senator Simoneau.
Thank you. Good seeing you, Governor. My question, thank you for your conversation about the 1 to 5. It's my belief that the paradigm of Maryland will continue to deteriorate under what's going on at the federal level. I think we're going to see more houses hit the market. How does that impact this ratio, and what does that mean for areas who buy into this? Will it be more houses that we have to now allocate than we thought?
Thank you for the question, Senator. If folks say houses are hitting the market, I understand the point, but what's going on right now in the Washington suburbs where people are leaving their positions, maybe they were laid off from the federal government and are getting out of Dodge, right? They're leaving. In that case, it would hit the other side of the ratio. Right, so each year we count up, here's all the jobs that we have in a region, here's all the housing available in the region. It'll essentially move up if one of those numbers comes down, right? So if the job availability comes down or the number of available houses goes up, it is kind of captured on an annual basis. Does that help answer the question?
Not really.
It's kind of baked into just the calculation, and that's the benefit of doing it on an annual basis.
So we talked last year, unless something dramatically has changed, a lot of these housing units were going to be where our subway stops were.
Right.
Right? And on Prince George's County, there's no business in the subway stops. I mean, it just doesn't exist in Prince George's County. This is not Washington, D.C. It's not Montgomery County. Prince George's County does not have a lot of businesses there. And you had mentioned putting building the houses where the jobs are. Mm-hmm. I challenge the notion that there are houses, at Addison Road Metro. I mean, jobs at Addison Road Metro. I mean, it's not there. But I understand that everybody has a role to play, and based on what I read here, between Frederick, Montgomery, and Prince George's County, we're supposed to split approximately 60,000 units among the 3 areas. Is that about right?
I don't have the number offhand, but that sounds, if you're just adding in from that region.
Yes, I'm just looking at that region. And I'm just wondering if this is going to really do what you intended to do. Look, we talked last year, we had a very honest and candid conversation, and it's always been around the perception of what affordable housing means. Mm-hmm. Nobody buys a house to watch it go down in value. We want our houses to go up in value. And you're adding a mix that is going to be arguably below what is already out there. Some argue, and I looked at some of the unfavorables, changing the look and feel of existing communities, with the hope that this will bring more jobs to that area. Is that the ultimate goal?
Senator, can I jump in here? So I would challenge the argument of anyone who has offered that opinion from the unfavorable voices that this is not a bill focused on producing income-restrained housing. This is not a bill that's focused on changing the character of communities. This is a bill that's focused explicitly on supporting the already adopted plans of Prince George's County, the Maryland Capital Parks and Planning Commission, and Montgomery County, and Howard County and beyond. It is explicitly supportive of achieving the plans already adopted by those jurisdictions and producing market rate housing. All those young people coming into the labor force that we see that we want to retain in this state, and I know it's been a challenge historically, I think in part because it's an expensive place.
So no upzoning?
No upzoning.
Okay.
That's correct, Senator.
That's important. Okay, I got it.
Okay, well, let's go to Senator Simon Ayer next.
And I will keep it brief, Chair. Nice to have you, Governor. First, I want to say you have a great staff around you. I won't embarrass anybody at the panel, but they've been doing a wonderful job. And I'm just going to give you an example. My daughter just recently got engaged, so they're out looking for houses, and it's very challenging. And I've already had 2 of mine move to surrounding states, and housing was one of the causes. So I appreciate your effort in this. The one thing is the counties are coming to me about certain issues, and they're saying favorable with amendments. So my question to you, are you engaging with them? How's that going?
Yeah, Senator, thank you for that question. Happy to address that. This bill was unveiled publicly for the first time at the MACO Winter Conference. I personally talked about it for the first time publicly there in a room filled with mostly county officials. There were some other folks. It turned out there was a reporter or 2 in the room. Lesson learned, but had a great conversation with county planning officials there. And that began, a series of conversations thereafter. And this is a continuation of the collaborative approach we had last year with MACO and the Maryland Municipal League too. But I would also go further as to say, I spent an hour of my time personally with the MACO Legislative Committee, answered their questions, had discussion, debate with them, really fruitful conversation. And then the incredible staff at MACO and our staff has been working closely together, as well as the governor's office have been working closely together to address concerns. In fact, I think Friday of this week, we've got a long session planned to work through challenges and amendments. I think we've seen all of their amendments. We're working on them. Some of them are going to be easy to tackle. Others will be a little tougher, but we'll be directly engaged with them.
Okay. Any additional questions for the governor or for the panel? Seeing none, thank you, Governor and team. We do have a lot of witnesses on the list here, so I'm going to call up first a panel of other favorables. Cheryl Abrams Davis from the Maryland Realtors, Allison Ziborowski, Tom Cole, Claudia Wilson Randall. I'm just going to fill up this table. Lisa Sorrow, Dan Reed. Okay, well, so if you hear your name, why don't you come up towards the table here? If we can get get past the gauntlet. Okay, let's see how many seats we got, how many witnesses we got. We got 6 seats. And we got 5 witnesses. I'll keep going here. How about Lori Graff? Is Lori Graff here? Okay, Lori, why don't you come up? That's 6 favorables, 6 seats. And why don't we start with you, Lori, at the end, and then we'll go down the table. All signed up favorable, okay? So Lori Graff, you begin. Everybody's going to be on the 2-minute clock, though. Okay?
Great. Thank you so much. Lori Graff, CEO of Maryland Building Industry Association. Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, happy to be here. I'm in favor of this very important piece of legislation. I just want to point out the key word here is objective standards. That is the goal of this bill, is to try to provide objective standards. I've been working in the Home Building Industry Association for many, many years, and the biggest thing I hear is it is unpredictable, and the timing is just, it's not sustainable. We can't get through the process quick enough to be able to make projects work and pencil out. So this legislation, in our opinion, is really guided towards making things much more objective. Lastly, I'd like to point out that we can certainly provide a lot of revenue sources for the counties as well. Once you build a project, you get a lot of one-time fees, surcharges, impact fees, permitting fees, those types of things. And then there's annual revenue, income taxes and property taxes that housing provides. So it's not just about housing infrastructure, it's about economic development. And with that, we'd like to ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Cole.
Thank you. Tom Cole on behalf of the Maryland Affordable Housing Coalition. We've submitted written testimony. In my oral remarks, I just wanted to focus on the school capacity provision because I expect that's going to get a lot of attention. This bill is about those projects that never start. Affordable housing development cannot tolerate uncertainty. It cannot tolerate changing in the regulations. It also cannot tolerate adequate public facility holds. Many jurisdictions across the state say, well, we still allow affordable housing. It just needs to wait 3, 4, 5 years before it can move forward. That project is never going to exist. And when you are deliberating on this provision in particular, I would ask you to look for the data. Adequate public facilities ordinance and closed schools do not stop population growth. Those jurisdictions still grow at the same rate. They're just living in smaller units, and they're living in smaller spaces. And those kids are going home to do homework in more difficult places. And what adequate public facilities should do is treat housing as infrastructure. If you look at the growth rates of those places that have building moratoria, that are maintaining the status quo, all they're saying is no new affordable housing, no new multifamily housing, but the housing that's going to be there is just going to become more expensive. And what that does is it puts those that are the least advantaged of us outside of the gates of our communities, outside of the moats of our communities. The places that they work and contribute to, they can't afford to live in. All this bill does is it says school capacity is to be viewed across the entire jurisdiction, not just by zip code. That's a way that encourages localities to be intentional about their growth, to be intentional about their infrastructure, and to make sure that their schools are used to their fullest capacity when accommodating housing growth. So we would respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 430. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to next witness.
Good afternoon. My name is Dan Reed. I'm with Greater Washington. We advocate for better housing and land use policies and transportation policies in the D.C. area, and we strongly support this bill. I will keep it short because I have submitted written comments, and each and every one of you, or most of you at least, have gotten a copy of the poll results that we released Monday morning, which I want to read from here. We spoke to 820 Marylanders about the Housing for Jobs Act and found very strong support for it. 76% support producing more homes in areas where there are more job opportunities and homes, 69% support reducing the time it takes for projects to go through permitting, and 79% support setting clear and objective criteria for development approvals. This is the second time we've done a housing poll, and each time the results are clear. Marylanders are fed up with high housing costs. They want the state to do something about it, and they are open to solutions. I'm also here today with the Maryland Just Power Alliance, that is ACT, AIM, and PATH, Montgomery County, Howard, and Anne Arundel counties, who also support the Housing for Jobs Act and really illustrate the broad coalition of diverse Marylanders calling for solutions. So we ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Allison Siborowski, here today on behalf of Leading Age Maryland in strong support of Senate Bill 430. Leading Age Maryland is a community of more than 150 nonprofit aging services organizations, and uniquely we represent more than 100 affordable senior housing communities across the state. We've heard a lot today about the need for affordable housing and just more housing in general, especially for younger Marylanders, but I want to point out the particular needs of older Marylanders. Developing affordable senior housing is time-consuming, expensive, and challenging. It is made even more difficult by inconsistent and unpredictable local development decisions. Those 65 and over are more likely than their peers to experience homelessness, and there's particularly challenging issues for affordable housing for older adults, given that they have fixed incomes often and may have particular needs related to mobility and services. There's several recent examples from within our membership where nonprofit development organizations have spent tens of thousands of dollars to plan and begin projects. They've worked collaboratively with their local communities and zoning boards. They've complied with all local and state laws, and then have gone on to have a project denied by the county council. So we are in strong support of having these objective standards that would help with approval of new projects, which will reduce the uncertainty and offer clarity for developers on whether a proposed project will comply. This will reduce waste of time and money in an already complex field and allow all interested parties to be on the same page about development in their neighborhoods. For these reasons, Leading Age Maryland respectfully requests a favorable report for Senate Bill 430. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Cheryl Abrams-Davis, and I'm the 2025 president for Maryland Realtors, the largest trade association in Maryland with 28,000 members. Thank you for having me here today. Maryland Realtors strongly supports efforts to address our housing crisis. We thank the governor and DHCD for their continued focus on this important issue. The link between housing and jobs may not be an obvious one from a policy standpoint, but there is a strong connection between those issues in the lives of Maryland residents. In our most recent State of Housing poll held this year, Marylanders listed housing affordability as the biggest issue facing the state, above every other issue, and before they were told this was a poll about housing. However, there were some other important findings too. 75% of Marylanders said there was too little housing for young professionals. 66% of Marylanders said there was too little housing for those with moderate incomes. 42% of young voters have considered leaving the state because of housing costs. And lastly, 91% say that having a full-time job and still not being able to afford a home is a problem for them. So those are the voices of Marylanders, current and future workforce, sounding the alarm that our current practices are not working for them. We need to listen or risk losing them to other states. If that happens, we will also lose the backbone of Maryland's economy. Housing is necessary as an infrastructure that supports a strong workforce and a strong economy. Maryland Realtors ask for your support for the Housing for Jobs Act. Thank you very much.
Okay, last witness on this panel.
Good afternoon. My name is Claudia Wilson-Randall, and I am the Executive Director of the Community Development Network of Maryland. The Community Development Network of Maryland represents nearly 200 member organizations and focuses on small, affordable housing developers, nonprofit housing counseling agencies, and community-based nonprofits doing community revitalization across the state. Our mission is to promote, strengthen, and advocate for the community development sector throughout Maryland's urban, suburban, and rural communities. The first panel and the second panel have made a lot of the points that I was going to make today. But I just want to highlight a couple of things briefly and say I can't emphasize enough how critical housing is for Maryland's economy. And if you think housing does not impact you and your life, look around your community, look at your family members, look at your office. When you walk into every building, there's a security guard. Where do they live? Where can they live? And where is there opportunity for them? Think about it. As you go through your day, who serves you coffee, who takes care of older adults, think long and hard about this, because we are at a critical point in our state where we lack economic mobility, and we have not done enough to invest in the areas that we have control in. So with that, I would strongly urge support for Senate Bill 430, and I look forward to any questions or concerns that you have about this bill. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. We have a question from Senator Hester.
Yeah, thank you. It's always good to see all of you. I just had a question about the enrollment capacity if the school is full. Just wondering if you could just walk through like how in practice this would work.
Sure. The way the bill is written is that a development project may be denied because of school capacity, but it is district-wide capacity, so it's across the jurisdiction, as opposed to, as in many jurisdictions, such as in Howard County, where there are many different layers where you could have an open school but a closed region. You could have an open elementary and middle school but a closed high school. So it is prompting jurisdictions to look at school capacity on a holistic fashion as opposed to more direct. It's also encouraging projects to be allowed in neighboring districts that might have capacity as opposed to the ones that are proposed, which is what Baltimore County allowed until most recently.
Okay, I think I'm still slightly confused, but we can take it offline.
Okay, happy to.
I had another question though about ADUs. There's some testimony that says, why aren't we including ADUs? I didn't see any inclusion or exclusion of them specifically in the bill. So what's up with ADUs?
There's another bill on that. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's meant to address that piece of it. That's another piece of legislation that I know you guys will be hearing with your seatmate here. I think that's another issue. I don't think that was meant to be excluded or included. It's just a different issue.
Okay. Any additional questions for the panel? Senator Watson.
So you mentioned something that's pretty interesting. So this actually could trigger Board of Education to do countywide redistricting, is what you just said. That's what he just said. So it's not about what's right around the corner and impact to the local schools. He said district-wide. That means you could trigger redistricting for, an entire county. That could be problematic. So is there some sharing of information with the local jurisdictions, with the LEA, so that they know what's going on? Because now you're talking about, moving around bus routes, transportation, and there could be some unintended consequences to the school system. Have you thought about that and worked that out?
So I apologize for misspeaking. I did not mean to say that this would trigger redistricting.
I said it could.
Well, the way I read the bill, Senator, and the way I believe the governor has intended the bill is first and foremost to empower localities, empower them with information, and empower them to direct development to those places that they have capacity to reach it. Because again, if there is no housing gap, none of the provisions of this bill apply.
I understand.
So after that, in terms of how the school capacity is treated, I would disagree that this would necessarily trigger redistricting. Rather, on a project-by-project basis, for instance, a good example is in Howard County. And I apologize for keep going back to that, but that's what my zoning practice is. Yeah. For low-income housing tax credit projects, there is a collaboration between the school system and the developer to try to find where the capacity can be found for that project on a project-specific basis. It does not trigger redistricting. It does not create the type of known disruption that redistricting might cause, but rather there is a more project-by-project evaluation of how that project can be accommodated. So I don't want to give the impression that this is going to be some bulldozer. The way I read this bill, and I think a fair interpretation is, this empowers localities to identify their housing gaps, find ways that they can build out the housing infrastructure that their county needs to serve their citizens, and with that, evaluate how school capacity can be managed in relation to that.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Okay, any additional questions for this panel? Okay, seeing none, thank you for your testimony. I've got three more straight favorable witnesses I'm going to call up, see if they're here. Tony Byrne, James Fraser, and Carrie Kasicki. And if they're up, then we'll move to some favorable with amendments and then a group of unfavorables after that. So, sir, why don't you lead off and tell us who you are, and you're going to be on the 2-minute clock. We've got three favorable witnesses.
Hello, my name is Jamie Fraser. I'm the Director of Development for a company called H&H Rock. We've been in business for about 40 years. I've been doing land development in Maryland for about 25 years. And I will tell you that, as Senator Day said, this bill is intended to address the unpredictability of the approval process. Right now, I believe that this is the worst I've ever seen in terms of predictability in the approval process, and I can give you some examples. But I think this bill sets the right goal, which is provide housing. It doesn't mandate to counties how to do that. It doesn't take away the environmental protections. I assure you, we're well aware of the environmental protections. We do everything that we can to design plans. We know that they have to go through the approval process. So there's a lot of steps in the process there to protect everything. The problem is the implementation. At the local level, you have inertia of not moving projects. And I can give you lots of examples where projects just get stuck for absolutely crazy reasons for a really long time, and it kills the project. I've got one in Howard County that took six years. I've got one that took 8 years. I have a project in Anne Arundel County that I knew I wasn't going to get any variances, so I directed my engineer to design the plan exactly to the code. Do you know how many times it took to understand the code? 5 submissions. Just to follow the regulations, it took, they rejected the plan 5 times. So that's very unpredictable. And what we need is somebody at a higher level to say, listen, fix those problems. Not telling you how, but if you got to get housing, you got to fix those problems.
Okay, thank you, sir. Why don't you pass that to your right, to the mic, and tell us who you are, and run the 2-minute clock.
All right, good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Carrie Kosicki, and I'm the Montgomery County Advocacy Manager for the Coalition for Smarter Growth. So what smart growth means, or smarter growth, if you will, is advocating for walkable, bikeable, inclusive places with great access to transit, housing everyone can afford, as the most sustainable and equitable way that we can grow and provide opportunities for all people. So as Secretary Day mentioned, which I really appreciated, Maryland has a very long history, I think very unique in the country, of leadership on smart growth, and the Housing for Jobs Act will help make sure that we're acting on the strong basis of policies we already have to produce housing in strategic locations tied to our transit network, our environmental health, and our economic success. And I want to particularly note that it supports sustainability and location efficiency for housing by granting 1.5 units towards housing production for every unit within 3/4 of a mile of a rail station, as well as can't be combined, but it also does incentivize affordable housing, which is really important to inclusive communities by granting 1.5 units for deed-restricted units that are guaranteed for folks earning 60% or below area median income for 40 years. So we ask you for a favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sir?
Thank you, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the committee. My name is Tony Byrne. I'm a resident and small business owner in Montgomery County. This bill would affect me personally, as well as I believe be a boon to the state as a whole. Now, as the owner of a consulting firm, I recruit young professionals to work in our great state. However, the response I all too often receive is that the cost of housing, especially for young people and young families, has become too steep and options in my area too limited. Prospective recruits tell me about intense competition for scarce openings, leaving them on the sidelines. Now, as a business person, I can understand these forces of supply and demand. There's been much debate about this issue at local levels around the state, but not really very much action at all. Part of the problem is a lack of consensus about the actual nature and location of the shortage of homes. A great benefit of this act is to bring clarity here. It goes further by giving home builders relief when confronted with unreasonable denials. I hope this emphasis on transparency and accountability can be received favorably on both sides of the aisle. Now, my job takes me all around the country, and where I see economic vitality, it's where people are building more homes. So in the end, this also becomes a fiscal health issue. More homes means a broader tax base in our great state. I urge you to give your favorable report to the Housing for Jobs Act. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions for our panel? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Okay, we're going to next move to a panel of favorable with amendments. I see Casey Anderson. Casey, why don't you come up here? MC Keegan Iyer from MACO, and Don Butchko from MACO, and Angelica Bailey, I see there in the back from MML. Those are the 4 witnesses that are signed up favorable with amendments. And so, Casey Anderson, why don't you lead off, and each of you are on the 2-minute clock.
Thanks. I'm Casey Anderson. I'm here testifying for the Affordable Housing Conference of Montgomery County. But in my day job, I work at Rogers Consulting, where I do a lot of work in Prince George's. And Senator Watson, I did not come here to pick on Prince George's County, I promise. But you asked so many good questions that I can't resist taking the opportunity to try to answer a couple of them. School capacity. The state of Maryland did an analysis of school capacity projections from now for the next 10 years last year, and they projected that almost every jurisdiction in the state, including Prince George's County and Montgomery County, is projected to see declining public school enrollments over the past decade. And despite predictions that we're going to see a resurgence in public school enrollments post-COVID. We haven't seen that in Prince George's, Montgomery, or really any jurisdiction in the state except for Carroll and Frederick County. In fact, Prince George's is expected to have almost 1,000 fewer students in 2032 than they did in 2023. So while I don't underestimate the logistical as well as political problems with redistricting, I think it's reasonable to say that if the county or any jurisdiction is experiencing declining public school enrollment growth, really there should be no reason why we have to restrict construction of needed housing in order to deal with school capacity issues. Yes, school systems often delay, and certainly in Montgomery County really has an abysmal record of redrawing boundary lines. They've avoided it for decades, but we have to confront that issue in order to develop the housing that we need for jobs infrastructure, which I think is the point of this bill. The other point I wanted to make, and I don't know if it was you or Senator Washington who made the point about concentration of affordable housing, but I think it's worth mentioning that in Montgomery County, there are no single-family subdivisions where new homes are being sold for less than $990,000. In Prince George's County, they're up over $1 million for many subdivisions. Townhouses are typically in the 4s, 5s, and 6s. So if there's any hope of delivering affordable housing for better or for worse at market rate prices, not subsidized affordable housing, it's going to have to come from opening up more opportunities for multifamily townhouses, the kind of projects that this bill is aimed at. I wish we had more time to talk about that, but I'd love to talk to you about Prince George's County more offline if you have the interest.
Thank you, Casey. Let's go to our next witness and tell us who you are, and you're on the 2-minute clock.
Good afternoon. My name is MC Keegan-Air. I'm with the Frederick County Council, and I'm here today as the first vice president for the Maryland Association of Counties. I thank you for your time. You have a copy of MACO's written testimony, but I wanted to highlight just a few points. While MACO and the counties were intimately involved in the housing bills at the last session, MACO was not involved in the discussions leading up to this legislation, and therefore we are raising some serious concerns in what we see as unintended consequences. While it may appear due to the smaller number of amendments that we have submitted that MACO has less of a problem with this bill, the issues this year are quite substantive. However, we want to assure you that we remain committed to working collaboratively to come up with the best possible solution for all of our shared constituents. Frederick County remains the fastest growing county in Maryland. We grew at the rate of 9.7% in 2024. And we have grown substantially every year since 2010. We have both the honor and the challenge of trying to meet the fastest growing needs of school population. At the same time, we are trying to balance the needs of our fast growing senior population. Frederick County issued, on an average, 2,300 permits plus per year, building permits for new residential units every year for the past 5 years, including during and after COVID. However, Frederick County is also trying to meet the goals of the governor to grow and broaden our economic base. We are constantly looking for additional ways to bring new companies to Frederick County and into Maryland and to keep and expand the companies we currently have. This bill seems to be in conflict with that goal. If we bring in more business, if we create more jobs, even while we are continuing to build housing as quickly as possible, given the interest rates and what the building industry is able to bear, we may be penalized under this bill for having a disproportionate number of jobs in relation to the number of housing units. This could unintentionally create a perverse incentive for Frederick County to grow jobs. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Butchko.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Dom with MACO here on support with amendments for Senate Bill 430. Just to kind of underline, MACO was not informed about this bill until December. We tried to have a meeting as early as January and were told that the governor's office didn't want to meet with us until after the hearing. So we apologize for both the extent and the length of our amendments. 2 scenarios that I want to underline if this legislation were to be enacted as is. First, this says that within a year, a local jurisdiction has to approve an application or an applicant can sue. So this opens up for a scenario where an applicant can submit an application to a county. That application is not complete. That application is wrong. frankly, that application could be submitted with CRAN, and a county has a year to approve it. If they don't approve it, they are then threatened with litigation, and so we're basically holding a metaphorical gun to counties' heads saying, approve this or you will be sued within a year. That is enabled under this bill. Additionally, there are several references to renders a project financially infeasible. Nowhere in regulation in the state of Maryland are we holding if a regulation impacts the financial feasibility of a project. Additionally, this legislation is silent on how we would even make that measurement. Is that measurement $1? Is that measurement a percentage? Is that measurement based on the impact? This legislation is silent and creates additional administrative confusion and frankly would just delay projects further because counties are unable to interpret this. Just like with solar, we stand ready to work with the state. We are here, we have the capability, we are your partners in government, and we are committed to finding a solution. That being said, counties have significant concerns with this legislation as drafted, and we urge a favorable report with amendments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Angelica, why don't you go next?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Angelica Bailey-Thupari for the Maryland Municipal League. We are, as well as MACO, support with amendment. We appreciate the administration. We do have a meeting on Friday, as Dom alluded. I'm just here to briefly highlight a few of the pain points for our members, which we did include in our written testimony as well. But first, to be clear on a point a proponent made earlier, we do not feel empowered. This is absolutely a mandate. But local governments, as Dom said, we want to be good partners in solving the state's housing crisis, which I think that we showed in good faith last year. There's a balance to be struck between ensuring housing availability and safety for all income levels and the pragmatic realities of operating local governments. So really our role here is just to give a voice to some of those pragmatic concerns. I would emphasize the timeline concerns as well as the justifications that MACO referenced, as well as the judicial process. This provides for aggrieved developers to file a claim in circuit court against a local government. This is a big departure from current land use legal procedure where disagreements are adjudicated by local or regional administrative review boards. They are intimately more familiar with local land use capabilities and limitations and zoning needs. And circuit courts lack that knowledge, and the process is more expensive to litigate. Local governments are eager to avoid extensive litigation costs, especially at the moment in the current climate when federal impacts on housing are changing. We just learned late last week that plans are underway to cut the Housing and Urban Development Department's workforce by 50%, which is about 4,300 staff, 84% of which are responsible for administering grants to local governments. So locals are losing federal funds, and creating litigious responses will have the opposite impact of seeing us invest in housing. So at this stage, our members clearly have a lot of comments and questions and concerns, but we look forward to continuing these conversations with the administration. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go with Senator Carrozza and Senator Gallion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is for MACO and for MML. And putting this bill aside, which sounds like this bill doesn't even impact my 3 counties that I represent, but recognizing that the housing issue is statewide and that each local county probably has different challenges when it comes to housing. Like, for instance, as I always point out, Worcester County is a border county. You have Delaware to the north, Virginia to the south. My question to you is, if MACO or MML were writing the legislation on how to make progress with our housing crisis, what would your recommendations be, very briefly, both to Dom and to Angelica?
So thank you, Senator, for the question. So I think for a county perspective, Maryland's counties are unique, just as like our municipalities. We are really empowered. We have subject matter expertise that you just don't see with our neighbors. And so if the state were to come to the counties, municipalities and say, first, let us help you develop a housing target. What is that going to be per jurisdiction? And then second, you have to come to us with a plan to hit that target by X date. If you were to do that, that empowers local governments to go out there and be creative. There's a lot of questions, and Senator Watson, I was dying to touch on this. You know, we're talking about school districts, and what does all this mean? This legislation kind of references every 7 years. Counties have no say on school districts or redistricting or school capacity. We have no say on how many students are in a classroom. That is a decision that we are entirely divorced of. So having a piece of legislation that isn't informed by what we can and can't do, what resources we have and don't have, just makes the situation more complicated, and we're going to build less housing from it.
So your recommendation is?
To work with the counties, help us assign targets, and give us a timeline in order to hit those targets.
Okay.
Me too.
Okay.
Okay.
Great plan.
Senator Gallion.
In your testimony, you talked a lot about, partnering and working in collaboration, but there's clearly been a sense of frustration with the lack of that between, I guess, the governor's office and your group. So can you delve into that a little more? So what's the way forward here? How can we make this something that is workable?
Yeah, so we do have a meeting, MML and MACO, with the governor's office this Friday. We were given a copy of the legislation in January, and about a week after that, we were trying to push a meeting forward. The governor's office wanted to wait until after the hearing. Now we are here at March. We're less than 2 weeks away from crossover, and so that's very difficult. And I will say this again, we only have 7 amendments this year. Last year, we had over 20 amendments. Our amendments are much more substantial, and our concerns with this bill are much more foundational. We are willing to move heaven and earth to work with this administration to serve our mutual constituents, but there are substantial gaps that we're going to have to cross.
Okay, any additional questions for our FWA panel? Okay, seeing none, we're going to next go to, we've got some unfavorables. We've got 2 unfavorable in person and 3 virtual unfavorables. So it's Kimberlyn Prasad. Okay, I apologize if I mucked up your name. You're unfavorable. Cheryl Gannon. Is Cheryl Gannon here? Okay, and then we've got 3 virtual witnesses unfavorable as well. So you signed up unfavorable. You're on the 2-minute clock, and whenever you're ready, tell us what you don't like about the bill.
The Honorable Chair Brian Feldman.
Pull the mic up, yeah, pull that a little closer to you. There you go, thanks.
Okay. And members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm Kimberlyn Prasad. I'm a community activist living in Wheaton, which is Montgomery County, an underserved community where salaries fall below the median income. Today, I'm here to urge this committee to consider the racial equity implications of this legislation and to ensure that it does not inadvertently reinforce systemic inequalities or increase displacement. First, the bill lacks affordability requirements. Without mandates for affordable housing, new developments would primarily serve higher income residents, pricing out low-income Black and brown families who are already facing housing insecurities. Second, the risk of displacement is real. More housing does not automatically lower rents, and unchecked development could drive up costs, pushing long-term residents out of their communities. We need anti-displacement protections and right-to-return policies. Third, infrastructure equity is missing. Many low-income communities are already facing overcrowded schools, flooding, long waits in emergency room. Adding more housing without investing in these services could further strain underfunded areas. Finally, community voices must be centered. This bill limits local government's ability to deny housing projects. However, in the BIPOC community, this provision could be used to push through large-scale development without meaningful community engagement. Historically marginalized communities have often been ignored in planning decisions that impact their housing, jobs, and livelihoods. I appreciate your consideration and urge you to strengthen HB 503 to include affordability mandates, anti-displacement measures, infrastructure investments, and strong community engagement. Without intentional racial equity safeguards, SB 430 risks perpetuating housing injustice rather than solving it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions for our witness? Unfavorable. Okay, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Lamora, we have got 3 witnesses virtual unfavorable. Okay, Mr. Rockel, Eric Rockel, we're going to start with you. You're signed up unfavorable. We're going to bring you up in the queue. Get you. Okay, I don't. Yeah, you got to show your face if.
Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
We can hear you. If you don't want to show your face, just give your testimony. That's fine.
Yes. Good afternoon. I'm concerned about this bill. I'm always skeptical about central planning answers to very complex problems, and I'd like to deal with a few specifics. First, the jobs to housing ratio. The bill sets at no more than 1.5 jobs per housing unit. Now consider a couple, each employed full-time, who own a home. Under the bill's definition, that creates a jobs to housing ratio of 2.0, which is higher than the standard contained in the bill. Consider further if that couple had a grown child who was a recent college graduate, and that child is still living at home while he or she is saving to create enough savings to afford a down payment on a home. In that case, the ratio would be 3-to-1 jobs to dwellings. I think this illustrates that that ratio is improperly set. Secondly, Section 12-203 of the bill lays out requirements regarding adequate public facilities rules. And it states in that section that this section applies to any jurisdiction that has a gap greater than 0 units. Now, obviously, if there's a slight difference between the jobs and the housing, let's say 100% or 100 less houses than the overall supply of jobs, that's a statistically insignificant number, and it should not be penalized. And for those and other reasons that my time won't allow, I offer you to offer an unfavorable ruling on this bill. Thank you.
Okay. Questions of our virtual witness, Mr. Ruckel? Okay, seeing none, that brings us to our final witness on the bill. Also signed up unfavorable, Craig Allman. Mr. Allman?
I'm not certain that you can hear me. Can you?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, that's fine. I am a 40-year resident of Montgomery County. I am a semi-retired lawyer. I've spent most of my career actually dealing with state legislation, both drafting it, interpreting it, sometimes litigating under it. I'm listed as unfavorable, but you could probably put me more accurately in the same category as the MACO and Municipals League witnesses. That is, I have a lot of questions, and I believe the bill needs to be fundamentally altered in order to make it achieve its sponsors' objectives. Let me just dwell on 2 points very quickly. First of all, understand that under the math for establishing local housing infrastructure gaps, every municipality, every county, and every municipality in the Washington and Baltimore areas will have such a gap. That means that every time any kind of an application, even for a building permit, is submitted, the rather heavy-handed regime of this legislation will apply, and the local jurisdiction will be under an obligation expeditiously to approve it, unless by clear and convincing evidence it can establish that there's one or more of a very limited series of justifications for denying the application. The other point is that the notion that this sets up objective tests is frankly rebutted by the language of the bill itself, because every single application, in order to deny an application, a local jurisdiction would have to determine that its justification for denial, it clearly outweighs the need for housing. How in heaven's name are all the counties and all the municipalities in the Washington and Baltimore metropolitan areas supposed to determine whether the need to comply with the statutes or the or local health and safety considerations outweigh the need for housing in the abstract? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this bill needs a lot of work.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for our witness, Mr. Allman? Seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 430. Before we go to Senator Reedy, real quick, there's two virtual witnesses that we kind of did not get to really back on Senate Bill 634, the Senator Lewis Young bill, and then we'll go to Senator Reedy. You want to talk to Dr. Elaine Leslie? And then secondly, Mark Pockrass. And so let's pull those two up. Those are both signed up favorable back on 634. Okay, let's go with him first. Mark, you're going to have to start your video. Okay, and we've got Dr. Elaine Leslie as well, it looks like. Here, I see her. Why don't we just go? We'll start with her. Okay, Dr. Leslie, you're first up, signed up favorable on 634. Why don't you proceed? You're on the 2 minute, up to 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you for having me and for accommodating us today. My name's Elaine Leslie, and I'm a retired biologist of over 40 years. I worked as the agency chief of biological resources for the National Park Service. As you know, there's 24 units of the service in Maryland. In several of those units, we conducted overabundant wild white-tailed deer reduction efforts. We used non-wet ammunition, and whether those were in-house efforts or contracted, in order to ensure that healthy, clean meat was delivered to area food banks. That's why we use that. It is our Park Service policy. We never had a shortage of non-wet ammunition for these efforts, nor when dispatching, as we do today, dispatching sick or wounded animals. It was not and is not an issue, the availability or the cost. The issues associated with risks from using lead in hunting and fishing are well documented, and there's a plethora of peer-reviewed science that's irrefutable. I've watched wildlife die horrible death from lead poisoning and watched them endure agonizing chelation treatments. It's horrible and it's needless. Our nation's wildlife deserves better than this, as this is an issue with sound solutions. Not only do we care about our wildlife, we have to care about our human health aspect for the hunting community, and especially for underserved populations and communities that rely on these resources as supplemental. By addressing this issue in Maryland, Maryland can be an outstanding conservation leader and a model in the United States. Thank you for your time. I really hope you consider this.
Okay, let's go to our second and final witness on the bill, Mr. Pockrass. Oh, we can't hear you, actually. Is your volume, can we do anything? I think it's on your end, your volume. Okay, you're not muted. So for whatever reason, we're not able to hear you on this side. Let's give us 1 second, see if we can fix it. No? Okay, is your volume on your computer side? Okay, I don't know what the problem is, sir. I guess I could just suggest maybe you could submit some written testimony because we're not able to hear you for whatever the technical reason. I apologize. We'll try it a couple more seconds, and if it doesn't, okay. We're sort of unable to figure out the technical problem, okay?
You can't hear me?
Oh, now we hear you. Okay, why don't you start? We're all good now. Go on.
I apologize. Anyway, my name is Mark Pockrass. I'm a wildlife veterinarian, and I've been involved in working on lead issues in both wildlife and human health for a little over 40 years now. I want to echo those things that Elaine Leslie said. I don't need to repeat a lot of those facts. But as a wildlife veterinarian, I'm often the one who ends up handling animals that are dying from lead poisoning, and I handle a bunch of these every week, whether it's bald eagles or loons or California condors or a number of other species. Lead is a serious problem for wildlife. But as Elaine said, even more than that, it's a serious problem in the environment and for human health. Lead poisoning is a major threat to people, and what you have to realize is for any animal, including humans, that ingest lead, your body can't differentiate the source of the lead. So if you're getting a little bit of lead from old paint and housing, a little bit from the water, from old pipes, a little bit in your diet, from hunting animals that have been shot with lead ammunition, from makeup, from whatever it happens to be coming from, your body accumulates this over time, doesn't differentiate, and there is abundant evidence to link low chronic levels of lead in people with heart disease, kidney disease, early onset mental health problems, and the populations that are most vulnerable are children, women of childbearing age, and postmenopausal women who are losing bone mass and remobilizing lead into their bodies. So it's supremely important. The cost of making the change to non-lead ammunition is relatively minor. It's something that sportsmen should be proud of doing, as we did with lead ammunition for waterfowl hunting in the 80s and 90s. So I'm a longtime sportsman. I've been a hunter. I am an angler.
Okay, why don't you finish your sentence there, okay? Okay, thank you, sir. Any questions for our witness? Seeing none, that really does conclude Senate Bill 634 this time for sure. And again, thank you. Okay, we're next go to Senator Reedy before we take on a series of Mounts bills. Senator Reedy, why don't you come up here on behalf of the Carroll County Senators on Senate Bill 417. And we do have one witness on a panelist, Pam Meister. Is she in the queue?
I believe she's virtual.
She is virtual.
Thank you, Mr. President.
So,
Mr. Chairman.
So Senator Reedy, why don't you present the bill and we'll go to your virtual witness, okay?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Justin Reedy, proud to represent the Carroll County delegation before you for Senate Bill 417, which deals with Sunday hunting. It would expand Sunday hunting of game birds and game mammals to include all Sundays in the state's defined deer season. Currently, Carroll County hunters have some options for Sunday hunting, but it's limited to 15 of the 22 Sundays in the period permit hunting, and this would just expand access to the remaining 7 Sundays, which would align us with Allegheny, Cecil, Garrett, St. Mary's, and Washington counties. Hunting plays a vital role in our economy in Carroll County, our conservation efforts, and our wildlife management. And it's become more and more clear that we need some additional help and opportunities there. I like to always point out that in Carroll County, our hunters usually are eating what they're shooting, or they're donating it, the meat. So it's a part of our local economy and way of life. And so expanding this to Sunday hunting would increase access for residents who are not able to other times during the week, and ensure that more families can participate in hunting traditions. So it did pass our Senate and House delegation unanimously. There should be a letter in the file, and I'd respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 417.
Okay, let's just take our one virtual witness, and then we'll take questions. Ms. Meister, you've got up to 2 minutes, okay?
Thank you. I am the
favorable
legislative liaison for Carroll County, and I just want to echo the senator's comments and explanation and just reinforce that helping to manage the overpopulation of deer, crop management, the boosting for the economy and all of those benefits within the county are among the primary reasons that the Board of County Commissioners wanted to introduce this legislation. And I'm here to answer any questions that you may have and provide any other context if I can help. So thank you all.
Thank you. Any questions for Senator Reedy or Ms. Meister virtually? Seeing none, thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we do have some unfavorables, mix of a few in-person and virtual. So is Barbara Solner-Webb here? Barbara, you're signed up unfavorable. If you can come up. Liuda Galinatis?
She left.
She left, okay. What about Christy Claggett?
Yeah.
There you go. Christy, come on up. And those are the in-person unfavorables. We do have some virtual signups.
We had requested that the virtual go first. Is that possible?
That's fine.
Okay,
who specifically?
Jane Siegler.
Okay, so Jane Sigler. Okay, Jane's right here. Ms. Sigler, why don't you proceed? You signed up unfavorable, so why don't you start, and you've got up to 2 minutes. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Jane Sigler, and I'm here representing the Maryland Horse Council, which is the trade association for the entire statewide horse industry in Maryland. Simply put, a majority of Marylanders oppose Sunday hunting. A statewide poll by Gonzalez Research found that almost 70% of respondents oppose Sunday hunting and 53% strongly oppose. Even DNR's own survey found that a majority of the general population does not favor Sunday hunting and does not want to see it expanded. Hunters are less than 2% of the population. This bill would allow all-day Sunday hunting on every Sunday of the year in Carroll County because there is open season on some species throughout the year. I want to emphasize this bill is not just about deer. It plainly refers to all game birds and all game mammals. And there is open season on at least one species year-round. Since the pandemic, widespread use of outdoor recreation by the general public has increased dramatically. Many of these new users are unfamiliar with the rules of hunting and hunting seasons. We have separately submitted with our testimony a 9-page report of hunting incidents from 2007 to 2023, compiled from DNR's own data, showing that it's just not safe for others to be out in the woods when hunting is going on. 78% of the Gonzales poll respondents said they would decide to alter their recreational plans to avoid hunters. In a Maryland Horse Council poll, 85% of respondents said they already changed their schedules or riding locations to avoid encountering hunters. We recognize that private landowners have some right to decide what uses they want to allow on their land, but such rights have never been absolute. As a practical matter, the public-private land distinction affords little relief since public and private tracts are often relatively small, non-contiguous, intertwined, and rarely well-marked. And projectiles do not respect property lines. I personally have found a hunting arrow embedded in the ground in the pasture where my horses were grazing. We urge an unfavorable report.
Okay, thank you. Since we started with the virtuals, let's just take the other two virtual witnesses. Okay, so let's go with Joyce Bell next. You've got up to 2 minutes, and you've got to unmute yourself.
Is that okay?
Yep, we can hear you.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you so much, Senator Feldman and members of the committee. My name is Joyce Bell. I'm a member of Trail Riders of Today, a 40-year-old nonprofit dedicated to preservation of open spaces for equestrians and for the general public as well, like my husband. Our members come from across the state. We particularly enjoy riding in Carroll County. There's some top destinations there. But that's not the point, because the public and private spaces are so intertwined that this bill would really diminish the ability of the general public, for both public and private places, to get outside. Accidents happen. Only 1.9% of Marylanders hunt. It's silly that I'm sorry, I don't think it's quite right that they should deter others from access to the outdoors, to deter others. My husband's an avid bird watcher, a member of one of the 15 local chapters of the Maryland Ornithological Society. Weekly bird walks are scheduled for almost every Sunday. Dog walkers, bikers, hikers, photographers, all these people are labeled wildlife watchers by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Census 2022 report. They comprise 73% of the population and spend 6 times more than hunters. And on the question of accidents, they do happen. Brenda Kibler is a retired DNR officer, and she was quoted in my local paper, and I put a copy in the file. DNR was often short-staffed. Hunting accidents were common. There were constant hunting complaints. It was ridiculous. And Sunday is a hard day to enforce because officers need days off too. So I'm just wondering how many more accidents there would be if the perception of danger didn't keep so many Marylanders out of the woods, even when they own the woods, like my husband and I do. And I'll let you guys think about. I can read a whole bunch of accidents if that would really impress upon you how dangerous it is out there. For instance, so many are unreported, but here's one. An unknown Carroll County deer hunter sent a projectile through the side of a residence, through the bedroom wall, through a wooden dresser, through a closet wall before coming to rest in a pile of towels in the closet. They couldn't locate who did it. And those kinds of accidents do occur, and many on private properties. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
We'll go to Rebecca Paraguay, final virtual witness here. So you've got up to 2 minutes.
Hi, hello. My name is Rebecca Paraguay. I'm a horse owner and a farm owner in Carroll County in Woodbine. I'm also a veteran of the United States Army, so I'm familiar with firearms. And one of the things I wanted to say about the accidents is we would never go downrange with live weapons, right? So my firearm safety training is pretty high standards. And I just don't think I personally familiar with weapons. I'm not comfortable in the forest when there's a lot of hunting going on. I have been known to change my trail rides. I often go to Montgomery County or the canal on hunting days and in deer season because no one's going to be shooting you at the canal usually. But it's just bullets, as Ms. Siegler said, bullets don't honor private property lines. And when the trails pass, as many do, near the perimeters of the park, and you're going around the perimeter of the park, close to private property, and sometimes maybe the hunters don't know where the lines are themselves. And also a lot of like our public lands are used for hikers, people on bicycles, horseback riders, bird watchers, nature lovelies, family with their children. It just makes it very hard when you're trying to make sure you have one day of the week that you know is safe and that you don't need to worry about it. It's also stressful for veterans with PTSD. If you hear a lot of random gunshots somewhere, you might become, people with PTSD, that's very worrisome for them. Also, pets, dogs can run away from the gunshots, horses can spook. It just makes it very hard to use the public lands and stuff when there's hunting going on. So you always have to rearrange what you're going to do to avoid the hunting. And, to be fair to the hunters, they should be allowed to pursue their passion as well, but they have 6 days of the week where they are allowed to go. And there's only one day of the week that is not where there's no possible conflict.
Okay, any questions for the 3 virtual witnesses? Then we'll go to our 2 in person. Okay, seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Okay, now we're going to go to our 2 in-person witnesses. Why don't you tell us who you are, and each of you has up to 2
Good
minutes.
afternoon, committee. I'm Christy Claggett, a resident of Harwood, Maryland, a farmer, a rider, and a Maryland horse legislative member. I ride personally on private and public land in Carroll County, and I ask you to oppose Senate Bill 417. Carroll County has a vibrant horse industry. It has 8,000 horses, 1,700 stables, 41,500 acres in equine business, and a total capital expenditure of $13.3 million. So it's a hardy horse industry business. Currently, the Sunday hunting available to Carroll County residents is deer Sundays, 15 all days, and then turning turkey season, they have 3 seasons, all day public and private lands can be used. And then they also have all the other Sundays for what they're asking is for all Sundays, all species, all game birds, Sundays all days long. I mean, this is a lot of alls. Basically, you can hunt all year long on Sunday if you give them all of this. And then what happens to the other people that want to use the outdoors? Horsemen support the hunter's right to hunt, but not at the exclusion of our rights to recreate on Sundays. So what do you do on your private land affects your neighbors. Recreational trail riders are doing this intersecting of land that's both private and public, and so they're at risk. So please oppose this. We do not support all Sundays, all days, all species, all seasons in Carroll County, and we would like you to vote no.
Okay, let's go to our final witness on the bill.
Good afternoon. I'm Barbara Salner-Webb, and over many years I have often ridden in and organized trail rides on the many gorgeous riding venues in Carroll County. And we average citizens are here testifying that it's completely unfair that the well-funded hunting industry, which already has 6 days a week for shooting lethal weapons outdoors, tries to get the 7th day, which traditionally has been reserved as the only day of the week for the other 98% of the population who are not hunters, to enjoy our area's lovely green areas without fear of being shot at. Back 25 years ago, when Sunday hunting was first being seriously lobbied for, then Governor Paris Glendening expressed precisely those sentiments in a very well-worded and impassioned plea to retain that one safe outside day, and it's even more true today when the value of outside exercise and communing with nature is even more recognized. I will not reiterate, but endorse the data and arguments that Jane Siegler, Christy Claggett, and others have presented, and note that in Jane's written testimony, she also shows lots of evidence that increasing Sunday hunting does not increase the deer take. I would like to note, however, that I'm one of the many outdoor enthusiasts who has been shot at while recreating, in fact, shot at on 3 separate occasions, including twice was the projectile zipping less than 2 feet from my ear. And it's not a fun experience. Evidently, none of those, quote, great hunters, end quote, realized that my white riding helmet, orange safety vest, and the white horse below me do not look exactly like a 5-point deer. One of my favorite delegates here in Annapolis had a similar experience being shot at while recreating in an area park, both of those being shot at from the surrounding private areas. Let me point out that if hunters are so unsuccessful in the 6 days a week they already have to endanger non-hunter outdoor enthusiasts, well, I think the 7th day will solve any problem. Please reject SB 417.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for our two in-person panelists here? Seeing none. That concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 417. We're going to next move to Senator Moutz for the final sequence of bills. He's got several bills that will finish our work for the day. So, Senator Moutz, do you have any preference as to which bill you want to start with?
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, I think the list is perfect the way it's set up.
Okay, so we're going to start with Senate Bill 796. And why don't you present the bill? We do have some testimony unfavorable, virtual and in person, but why don't you present Senate Bill 796?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair. Senate Bill 796, short and sweet. You've heard it before. This legislation deals with the 10:30 cutoff on Sundays. Unfortunately, I was not a part of the negotiations about putting that in. I wasn't at the time. I would have told you it was a bad idea, and I'm here today reiterating that it's a bad idea. There's a cutoff at 10:30, and the argument, I believe, is to, I don't know, it's just to prevent hunting after 10:30. You know, there's in Dorchester County, you can hunt until 10:30, but you have to stop, but then you can go in the same field and take out your rifle and target shoot all day long. This is on private land. This is Sunday hunting on private land. The 10:30 cutoff makes no sense. I understand that from the testimony you hear a lot, Sunday hunting and conflicts and things of that nature. Well, if you don't have a conflict before 10:30, any other day, why all of a sudden, where is 10:30 coming from to create this conflict? It's an imaginary thing. It was a deal that was made in Annapolis to try to resolve an issue, and it made sense here in Annapolis at the time, but it makes absolutely no sense when you leave the state capitol and you're out in the fields. And it has had a big effect on hunting. There are a lot of people that won't fool with hunting on Sundays because of the 10:30 cutoff. And you've heard, I've got two more bills or at least one more bill dealing with deer, and you've heard a lot about it. So I hope that you would reconsider this to look favorably upon this legislation, SB 796, and in particular, this is Dorchester County, the largest county, one of the poorest counties, one of the most rural counties, as a place where maybe to test the waters to see if this 10:30 issue is really an issue. I urge the committee give this legislation a favorable report.
Okay. Any questions for Senator Moutz? Okay. Seeing none, I'm going to call Ms. Christy Claggett. Come on back up. And Barbara Solner-Webb here. Come on back up. So we'll take your testimony first, and then we do again have virtual witnesses in the queue.
Right. So here we are back. They had this bill last year, and here we are. Oh, sorry. Well, you already know who I am. Virtual. No, we're going to do it. So the opposition to the repeal of the 10:30 is that it was a compromise that was made so that other recreations could use Sunday. If there's all-day Sunday hunting, then they can't. So what happens now is, at least with riders, I know, we go out on Sundays because we don't want to interfere with the hunter. We don't go out during hunting season. If we go like midday. And so 10:30 protects us. And it's very necessary. And if you revoke this and go with this revoke of 10:30, there's just going to be one bill after another coming back with the same demand. So I think your committee has spent enough time on this issue, and I would like you to hold this. So currently, Dorchester sector can hunt Sundays 15 days for deer all Sundays and then 6 at 10:30. And for turkey season, they can hunt all day for the fall, winter, and spring season. And then they get 10:30 for every other species all the Sundays in all the seasons. So I don't see a lack of hunting availability. And so I understand why there's a limitation there. It's for others to have an availability. Yeah, you have a lot of trail riding groups, Trot, Chesapeake Plantation, 4-H, pony clubs. They come out and use the trails on private and public lands. The horse industry in the midshore, which includes Dorchester, Talbot, and Caroline, is pretty strong. You got about 3,000 horses, about 833 stables, 9,300 acres just devoted to equine acres, and like 15.5 million in capital expenditures. So I think there is a strong reason to keep the 10:30, and I hope you all do too.
Okay, let's go to our other witness at the table. Signed up unfavorable.
Hi, Barbara Salner-Webb again. I'd like to put in my testimony from the Carroll County bill, which is basically the same thing of not wanting to be shot at, whether I'm in Carroll County or Dorchester County. And want to point out that this Sunday hunting 10:30 had been an agreement made between the hunters and the trail riders, supposedly in good faith, that the trail riders were willing to give up Sunday mornings, which they traditionally had protected, so that they wouldn't each year have to come to Annapolis to testify to try to protect the rest of the Sunday. And now we see that the hunters are going back on this agreement and trying to get Sunday. And we just heard that this is the first test for the other counties to also try to get rid of the Sunday hunting 10:30 limitation and allow all-day Sunday hunting. It's completely not fair that this very well-funded hunting lobby group can steamroll over the other 98% of the population who are not hunters into being terrified of using the public lands that our taxes pay for to have trails on because we fear of being shot at. Again, I just want to emphasize, I've been shot at 3 times on public land from an arrow or a bullet from private land. These projectiles do not respect property lines. They go far, far further than the distance that most trails are on public land away from the property line. So you're putting in danger the other 98% of the population by trying to agree to letting this 2% of the very well-funded population steamroll over the rights of the rest of the population. So please keep Sunday safe for the Sunday after 10:30 safe for the vast majority of the population, us non-hunters who want to be able to recreate outdoors without fear of being shot at on that one day.
Okay, let's take questions for our in-person witnesses. Senator Carrozza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have a different recollection of the bill history on Sunday hunting. You make it sound like there was these negotiations between the Horse Council people and the hunters, and that was not the case. There was very much so prior leadership in this committee and a different makeup of this committee. So I will contend that there's more to what you're presenting. But my question is, Ms. Claggett, you're acknowledging that this is a Dorchester County Sunday hunting bill?
Yes.
Okay. And you don't make any make any distinctions. I heard your prior testimony about Carroll County, and you're not a resident of Carroll County.
No, I'm a member of clubs that actually ride all over the state. Okay. So it's a,
but you
I'm not a member of Dorchester.
But you're acknowledging this is a local bill.
Yes, I am.
And but it doesn't seem that you're acknowledging the local makeup of Dorchester County as the bill presenter outlined. That we each represent our own districts. I decided I wasn't going to ask a question about Carroll County because I'm not familiar with it, but I do represent the shore. The senator who presented the bill, we actually split Wicomico County, where this is also an issue. And so your testimony just doesn't reflect that there are different makeups in different counties. And would you at least acknowledge that there's differences between a Carroll County and a
Very much
Dorchester
so.
County?
Dorchester is more rural and Carroll County is less rural. But it's also the use of, I mean, Dorchester's a beautiful county and a lot of trail riders go down there. And so you've got people, yes, they're not residents of Dorchester, but they're Maryland citizens that want to use that beautiful location.
So we represent our counties and our districts, and I can tell you when having similar bills on this, both Worcester, Wycomico, and Somerset, we only heard from people outside of our district about a local bill. And so I just think there should be some acknowledgement on your part that these are local bills. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to our, any additional questions for this panel? Let's go to our three virtual witnesses. Got Jane Sigler. Why don't you start, Jane? Why don't you go first, okay? You're on the 2-minute clock. Senate Bill 796.
Yes, thank you. This bill would allow all-day Sunday hunting on every Sunday of the year in Dorchester on private land and on public land for the spring turkey season. Because, as I said, similar to the Carroll bill, there's open season on some species throughout the year. The bill is not just about deer. It applies to all game birds and game mammals. And out of respect for the committee's time, I won't repeat my earlier comments about how Marylanders just don't want Sunday hunting and about the dangers. With all due respect, Senator Carrazza, I actually was present at meetings many, many years ago that involved both horse people and hunters, where we came up with the idea of the 1030 compromise. And if my memory serves me correctly, we put in a bill for a statewide 1030 compromise that did not pass. And I don't remember the year off the top of my head, but I can certainly find that and get that to you if you would like that. And so this bill would abrogate that hard-won compromise to end Sundays at 10:30. Many of us hope that compromise would bring this issue, which has consumed so much of this committee's time for so many years, to a final closure by giving everyone a little bit of what they wanted. And as was pointed out earlier, we actually, everybody else gave up something that portion of the day before 10:30, and there really wasn't any giving up on the other side. So in the interest of fairness, clarity, and finality, that compromise should be preserved. So we urge an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to Ms. Pisano next. Leslie Pisano, and you're on the 2-minute clock. Unfavorable.
All right. Yes, thank you, Chairman, Vice Chair, Madam, and committee members. I'm Leslie Pisano, a neighboring landowner to Dorchester County who rides on Dorchester, usually on Sundays, and I support deer hunting on our farm 6 days a week. I do sympathize with farmers about crop damage. However, I do not support Senate Bill 796, and here's why. Simply, I don't believe there will be the turnout the bill sponsor expects when allowing all-day Sunday hunts. Late Sunday afternoons on Sunday is family time. It's when typical American families regroup from busy weekends. They corral their kids to finish their homework. They've been on the road at travel teams all weekend. They get ready for the work week and have a meal together on a Sunday. Dorchester has the highest number of Sitka deer harvested anywhere in Maryland. This past season was 4,150 versus 1950 whitetail in Dorchester alone. That makes me wonder how many folks are coming from out of the county to hunt at the least populated county for Sitka. So when hunters do commit to go to deer hunting in Dorchester, if they were to do it on a Sunday afternoon, they realize it's a huge time commitment. If they shoot a deer, it's usually in the marsh, wading in heavy hip boots through the mud, dressing the deer in the field, getting back in their vehicle. It can all take hours, and they would arrive home after dark. The law already supports the other best time to hunt, which is early in the morning. Midday is quiet for the deer resting. I don't believe the objective to reduce the Dorchester deer population by increasing the hours would be met. Family time is Sunday afternoon and evening, and a powerful persuasion not to hunt. Therefore, please leave the law as it stands and allow other outdoor enthusiasts to enjoy the woods, fields, and marsh. And by the way, listening to the hearing testimony of Senate Bill 736 sounds very interesting, and I would encourage you to explore the options. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's next go to Joyce Bell, why don't you go next, okay? 2 minutes. Mute yourself, okay?
Okay. This is very interesting because I was told that I would only have one opportunity to speak, and it was in the other bill, which I spoke at. So I kind of was a big mess and put all my notes together, but I'm just going to talk a little bit about some of the things that I have been reading and researching and all of the accidents that have been happening. I did a update on the hunter safety reports going way back, and I just did it, and I think Jane Sigler might have given that to you and might be in your bill folder. But basically, there are so many accidents out there that are not reported, and they're very scary. I'm so sorry. I have all this in front of me, but I wasn't supposed to be. Didn't think I was going to be able to speak. There was somebody shot a crossbow bolt through a Honda SUV while it was parked in the victim's driveway. No subset. Well, I messed up. I'm so sorry.
Okay, okay, Ms. Bell, I mean, you did sign up, but
You're done.
You're done? Okay. Well, let's go to Mr. Martinez next. Mr. Martinez, you'll be our final witness, and your sign up unfavorable, so why don't you proceed?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Al Martinez. I am president of Tuckahoe Equestrian Center. Our organization represents a community of 400 members who actively participate in horseback riding events and trail riding. I'm here today to testify in strong opposition to Senate Bill 796, which proposes to allow all-day Sunday hunting on private lands in Dorchester County year-round. Tuckahoe Equestrian Center is not opposed to hunting. In fact, many of our members are hunters themselves. However, we firmly believe that outdoor spaces must be shared responsibly, ensuring that all user groups have safe and equitable access to enjoy Maryland's natural resources. Our members rely on the ability to ride trails where permitted on private lands year-round, including on Sundays. Expanding all-day Sunday hunting increases the likelihood of potentially dangerous interactions between hunters and other outdoor enthusiasts, including equestrians, hikers, bikers, and families. Sundays offer a crucial window of opportunity for those who seek to enjoy outdoor recreation without the risk of encountering active hunting activities. While we respect the role of hunting in wildlife management and understand its importance to many Marylanders, we must also prioritize the safety and rights of all individuals who depend on Sundays to engage in recreational activities. The current 10:30 a.m. hunting time limit on Sundays represent a reasonable compromise, balancing the interests of both hunters of a 96 to preserve Sunday as a safety day for outdoor recreation. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay, thank you. Questions for any of the virtual witnesses? Okay, seeing none, that concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 796. I'm going to go to the Vice Chair for the next bill from Senator Mounts. I think it's going to be
Mr. Chair.
Senate Bill 837.
837, we're going to hear about oyster restoration, use of federal funds, if there are any left, prohibition. Senator Mounts, we're going to bring up favorable. We've got Jeff Harrison and Rebecca Breen. I might not be able to read the handwriting. They are on your panel. Jeff Harrison and Rebecca. No, Robert. Oh, it's my friend, our friend Robert T. There you are.
Nope. Not on this one.
All right, not on this one. Well, let's move on with who you've got then. Welcome, Senator Mounts.
Madam Vice Chair and colleagues, thank you very much. It's an honor to be able to present Senate Bill 837. It's interesting, this legislation, when you look at it, especially what's going on in the world today, and you read about, what's going on in Washington, automatically there's a knee-jerk reaction, right? This bill does not ban federal funding. It's not saying we don't want federal funding. It says no more federal funding for new sanctuaries. There's a problem right now in Maryland in the Chesapeake Bay. There's a problem. If you see my testimony, there's a report. 51 sanctuaries, 48 of them are either dead or they're dying. Not only is Senate Bill, I almost said HB, not only is Senate Bill 837 not a ban on federal funding, this legislation is drawing a line in the sand, and we're sending a message. The sanctuary system has created its own community. It's a locomotive, and it can't be stopped. And it's growing and growing and spending, which is a decision to be made. But if you look at the results, they're not producing. And at some point in some time, somebody has to say no more. No more. Not until we get this right. If you go to Virginia, they have a sanctuary system. Virginia's sanctuary system is flourishing because they have rotational harvest. It's managed completely different than the state of Maryland. It's managed so well that Maryland was completely controlled by the Virginia fishery because we didn't produce enough oyster shell. That's been resolved because we found some oyster shell out in Washington State that we've been able to bring back to Maryland. But Senate Bill 837 simply says that no additional federal funding for new sanctuaries in the Chesapeake Bay. It allows federal funding to continue to go into existing sanctuaries. And you might ask yourself, well, if we have existing sanctuaries, why do we need federal funding? Well, because sanctuaries, as the way Maryland operates them, they don't function. They're non-sustainable. We have to continually put resources back into sanctuaries. Federal funding can still go into research. It can still grow. It can still go into hatcheries. Horn Point is here in the room. I know Horn Point is very concerned that somehow this legislation sends a message that, you know, federal funding shouldn't go to hatcheries. Hatcheries are critical to oyster recruitment in the Bay. It's interesting because when our sanctuary system was first created, we had a seed and shell program in this state prior to that. It was scrapped by Governor O'Malley, and it was replaced with this sanctuary system. At the time, we were told that the sanctuary system was the new panacea. This was going to be the creation of the way oysters are going to grow in the Chesapeake Bay. And for once, the outlaw watermen, the bad guys, okay, we're going to be put in their place, and we're not going to be pillaging the Chesapeake Bay. Okay, the oysters were going to grow out of the water vertically, like when John Smith first came up the Chesapeake Bay. Well, we know that didn't happen. The Bay is nothing today like it was when John Smith came into the Bay. There are millions of more people. The Bay is completely different. It doesn't work because when you leave something in the water, it gets covered with sediment. That didn't happen back then. Well, don't worry, there was an answer to that. Okay, the sanctuaries still are going to work. Don't fear. We can keep putting money into sanctuaries, and we can keep those sanctuaries because what's going to happen is they're going to create larvae, and that larvae is going to spread all over the Bay and repopulate the Bay with oysters. That hasn't happened. It hasn't even come close to happening. In fact, it hasn't happened so badly that we have to put more money and more investment in the sanctuaries that were supposed to be repopulating the Bay. It is a bill of goods we have been sold, and someone has to call it out. And that's what this legislation is intended to do. I could go on and on. You know, at the end of the argument, when you hear the testimony, you know, there is an ecosystem that's doing very well, right? And that's the science community. They're doing very well with getting these grants, doing this studying, and they're prospering. Prior to the sanctuary system, Tony O'Donnell was a delegate, and he was sort of the mouthpiece or the spokesperson on issues dealing with oysters. He talked about a three-legged stool: aquaculture, commercial fishing, and science. When the sanctuary system came, it killed the other two legs. We only have 7,500 acres of aquaculture in the Chesapeake Bay. There's 140,000 acres of aquaculture in Virginia. That's because all of the interest, all of the investment has gone into sanctuaries. That ecosystem is not benefiting from aquaculture. They're benefiting from sanctuaries. Now, the sanctuaries, it's important to remember, they were created in collaboration with the commercial industry, okay? And the sanctuaries basically took half of the best bottom in the bay, all right? That's the areas that we made sanctuaries in the Chesapeake Bay. Those are the areas that are now dead or dying. I believe it was 2010. Here we are today. So this legislation doesn't stop anything that's currently happening, okay? It just says no more federal funds to expand the practices that we know aren't working. And it forces the Department of Natural Resources and policymakers and things like the OAC, which has completely been unable to function, which I served on, which has not produced very much as far as consensus. It forces, the other group was the governor's substrate on shell, which completely imploded. And thank goodness we found the shell out in Washington State. It forces the policymakers to look at what is going on with sanctuaries, what are we doing in the state of Maryland, and how do we make them work so that they'll grow and that they're feasible. And hopefully there'll be a lesson learned from what's happening in the state of Virginia. Again, we need federal funding, and I'd be the first person to stand up and say, yes, we need grants, we need support for oyster recruitment. It's absolutely essential. The Watermen's Association, our good friend Robert T., he didn't want to testify because he didn't want to create the appearance that the commercial watermen don't want grants to help propagate oysters. It's just the appearance. But they would argue with you and explain to you that this definitely needs to happen. Colleagues, if you look at where oysters are growing right now, it's all of the best commercial bottom. That is the strongest recruitment in the Chesapeake Bay. And I'm telling you right now, if SB 837 isn't given due attention, this locomotive that I was talking about, get in front of a railroad, that scientific community, they want to take the remaining best bottom and they want to put it in a sanctuary. And once you do that, please hear me now. Once you do that, your efforts to restore the oyster population in the Bay have left the state of Maryland. So with that, colleagues, I urge a favorable vote for Senate Bill 837. And I'm proud to turn the microphone over to the president of the Talbot Watermen's Association, who has sat through more meetings, more testimony, with every biologist and every scientist who's been brought to the state of Maryland and has stood toe-to-toe with them on every issue regarding oyster recruitment, and that's Jeff Harrison. Thank you.
Welcome to EEE. You may begin your testimony. You get up to 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair and Mr. Chair. I'm here basically, and I am the president of Talbot Waterman Association, basically we'll talk about the sanctuaries that are in my county. And the two major ones are Tread Ave and the Harris Creek. It was supposedly finished in 2016. There was a big celebration. But it was, to my surprise, the very next year I look and here comes boats up there planting seed again. And I called Chris Jr. I said, what's up? He said, well, it's maintenance plantings. It's all in the schedule. I said, well, I thought it was done and we were through with this. He said, well, it's part of the plan. So again, the following year in 2018, they did the same thing again in 2020. They didn't in 2019 because in 2018 they couldn't get no larvae because of the heavy rains. Anyway, we look at right alongside of it, Broad Creek. We have no problem getting larvae or spat sets in Broad Creek. It outperforms Harris Creek and Tread Ave probably as much as 30 times to 40 times. Just recently, the last two available fall surveys in 22 and in 23, Harris Creek only received 7 spat one year and 8 spat the next year. Where Broad Creek, right alongside of it, same water, same conditions, same everything, got 250 and 350. So what we're seeing here is something that, you know, isn't sustaining itself. We're 15 years in, or are going 15 years in. And there's talk at the last OAC meeting that I went to, and like Johnny said, we only have them about every 3 months now. They were talking about maintenance plantings in Harris Creek again. And I'm like, hold on now, what are we doing here? What is the plan? When do we get to the point where we say enough is enough? And I was told, well, we're not quite there yet. Well, I want to know when are we there? And so I'll take any questions you want on any of the things that are going on in the county. Thank you.
I see no questions for either Senator Mounts or, oh, yes, I do.
Thank you.
Senator Carozza.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. And Senator Mounts, thank you for your testimony. I think it's important that this committee actually hear the results of where we are with the sanctuaries. My question is for Mr. Harrison with the Talbot Watermen's Association. You summarized a report by the Maryland Department of Natural Resources, which is an oyster sanctuaries report. It was from the time frame of 2016 to 2020. I'll let you do the summary, but what I read some highlights and I'd like you to comment on them.
Yeah.
It says the report on its face discloses the overall failure of the majority of sanctuaries and raises serious questions as to the effectiveness of the 2 large-scale restoration projects, Harris Creek and Little Chop Tank.
Yeah, well, the Little Chop Tank also, you take last year in 2023. It was one of the most widespread spat sets that the Bay has seen in 38, 40 years. It wasn't the best, but it was widespread. It was everywhere. And yet, what 2 places didn't receive, they were under 100 per bushel. And it was a Little Chop Tank, and it was Harris Creek. Yet, like I said, right alongside of it, Broad Creek did well during those years. And so that is our real and true concern, is that we're still throwing money at this situation. And even though we've seen back in 2020 when this report come out, which I might add, Broad Creek was the best tributary out of all of the tributaries in the Bay. And it was the only one being harvested. And I think that should have let people understand that something is wrong in these sanctuaries that we're not looking or we're not seeing. The reason that they're needing to be reseeded going forward is because after about 7 or 8 years, all the oysters that they plant there get big enough, they either die off, and there's no small oysters there. The small oysters are the male oysters, and so they have to plant oysters there to try to get them to repropagate. So that's my concerns.
And my one follow-up, of the 51 reported sanctuaries, it notes 38 are failures with no appreciable densities of spat, small or marketable oysters, with some of the sanctuaries having not been monitored since 2006. So just, if you could just describe, does that mean the bottom is just covered over and that's why we're calling them failures?
Yeah, in a lot of situations, and that's also going on in Harris Creek too, the shell budget is disappearing. And the only thing, if you don't have any harvest coming out of it, I mean, you could understand it if it was harvest and a harvest public bottom, why the shell might be going down, but why is it going down in sanctuaries? Apparently, these shells are being covered over by sediment. It's kind of like that experiment they show with the aquarium, and they put some oysters there and they mud it up and the oysters clean it. We'll put some shells on the bottom there and mud it up and see what happens. All the shells get covered up with mud. And so that's what's going on in the Bay.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other questions for these witnesses, thank you, Senator Mounts. Thank you for Mr. Harrison. We have a bunch of unfavorable witnesses that should come to the table. I see Allison Colden. I see Dave Namazi. Let's see, Benjamin Ford, come on up, and Kathleen Graham. Okay, and then we've got one virtual witness. So, Ms. Colden, do you want to kick us off?
Sure, absolutely. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Allison Colden, Maryland Executive Director of the Chesapeake Bay Foundation, fisheries scientist, longtime OAC member. I'll try and keep my remarks today very brief. With all due respect to the bill sponsor and our previous panelists, the assertion that 48 sanctuaries are not working is simply not accurate. Not by DNR's data, not by Chesapeake Bay program data, and not by the experiences of the community members that are living along those sanctuaries. By all published metrics, the oyster sanctuaries that have received investment are better off now than they were when they were designated sanctuaries. Sanctuary investments work. For state sanctuaries that have not received investment, some are doing well with simply the cessation of harvest. Some are doing about the same as they were at the time of designation. Some are struggling, and even more are lacking data, as pointed out by Senator Carrozza. While we may not know the root cause of why each sanctuary is in the condition it's in, it's certain that turning away federal funding, which could help improve those sanctuaries, is not going to help. And furthermore, we already know what happens when the state of Maryland turns down federal funding, as they did during the Hogan administration. That funding goes to our neighbor to the south, to Virginia, where they have been using federal funding to improve their sanctuaries. At a time when the state budget is in crisis, we should be looking at all sources of funding to help with programs that achieve multiple goals, including improving water quality, supporting the recreation economy, and enhancing the productivity of commercial fisheries. Fortunately, oyster restoration does all that. Lastly, I just want to call your attention to the written testimony submitted on behalf of 39 other organizations, business owners, and nonprofits that oppose this legislation and support the state's continued efforts to bring back our native oyster. We urge your unfavorable report. Thank you.
Ms. Colden. Mr. Namazi, you want to go next?
Sure. Thank you. I'm Dave Namazi, the Chief of Staff at the University of Maryland Center for Environmental Science. Madam Chair and members of this committee, thank you for allowing me to provide testimony today in opposition to SB 837. The UMC's oyster hatchery is located at the Horn Point Laboratory in Cambridge, Maryland. The hatchery produces billions of oyster larvae and hundreds of millions of spat-on shell each year for restoration purposes such as oyster sanctuaries, public bars, and aquaculture ventures. Currently, the majority of funding UMC's receives is through DNR to support sanctuaries from a grant through NOAA. Should this bill pass, funding UMC's for the production of oyster larvae and spat on shell would be in jeopardy for additional oyster sanctuary development not listed in this bill. Finally, not only will this bill disrupt oyster production, it would also reduce the number of full-time jobs for the well-trained, highly skilled UMC's employees located in Cambridge. Additionally, it would significantly impact the summer student programs we have that target undergraduates interested in coastal sciences and aquaculture. After this bill expires, it would take years to rebuild that staff capacity, expertise, and programs that we currently run at the hatchery. I want to, also thank the sponsor of this bill, Senator Mounts, for meeting with me and talking with me about this bill. One thing I pointed out that's very unclear to me and gives me great trepidation is the fact that restoration is not defined in this bill. He says it's only about sanctuaries. You read it, it appears to be much broader than that. It gives me great cause, great pause. And, DNR has been a fantastic partner of ours, and we'd hate to see some of the work we've been doing in close concert with them in jeopardy because of this bill. For many of those reasons and more, UMC seeks an unfavorable report from this committee. Thank you.
Why don't you go next?
Okay. Members of the committee, my name is Kathy Gramp, and I'm testifying on behalf of the Advocates for Herring Bay, an environmental group in Anne Arundel County. We oppose Senate Bill 837 and urge you to issue an unfavorable report on the bill. Our communities are here because we have a good news story about partnerships for oyster restoration. Herring Bay is a sub-bay on the western shore of the Chesapeake. It has a rich history of aquatic abundance. Given its ecological potential and protected status as an oyster sanctuary, we launched a collaborative effort in 2019 to revive oysters on one of the historic beds. Volunteers raised money and invested hundreds of hours hauling, planting, and monitoring the progress of the oysters we planted. Happily, our investment is paying off. The number of live oysters has exceeded restoration targets, and underwater photos reveal the three-dimensional structures that benefit crabs and fish, species that are important to Herring Bay's crabbers, commercial crabbers, and recreational fishing industry. Building on that success, we recently launched a Happy Oysters, Happy Bay campaign to raise more money to plant more juvenile oysters in the sanctuary. And last October, as has been noted, Maryland's Oyster Advisory Committee selected Herring Bay as one of the next sites for large-scale restoration. SB 837 would arbitrarily cut off federal funds for restoration projects for 5 years. At a time of fiscal austerity, we should be leveraging all available resources to support a healthy bay. We are doing our part to help Maryland waters. Please keep the federal government on the team. Please issue an unfavorable report on SB 837.
Thank you, Ms. Gramp. Mr. Ford, and then we have one virtual witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Chairman, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name's Ben Ford. I'm your Miles Wine Eastern Bay Riverkeeper with Shore Rivers to oppose SB 837. I actually agree with Senator Mounts. There is a problem with oyster sanctuaries, and that is that they have many of them have received little to no investment, which is why they're often thought of as failing. In the written testimony, you can see a photo of Harris Creek, where oysters that were not seeded by the state or the Army Corps or the feds are struck on whatever hard thing they can find and are growing up out of the bottom. This was at a recent blowout tide. This was maybe only a month ago, maybe less. This is really important. And also in 2023, the state determined that the TRED, one of the big five, which had a significant amount of investment over a long period of time, had a once-in-a-generation spat set. So restoration works, and it doesn't work without federal funding. I won't retread what could happen if to Horn Point, if we don't receive federal funds, or where those federal funds will go if we don't accept them, which will be out of state. We should be, in a time of fiscal austerity, using every tool in our toolkit to build our oyster resource for everybody in Maryland. Thank you.
Let's hear from Brad Stevens virtually, and then we'll see if there are questions for anyone on the panel. Welcome, Mr. Stevens.
Hi. I'm Dr. Bradley Stevens, Emeritus Professor of Marine Science at the University of Maryland Eastern Shore. I'm testifying on behalf of the Wicomico Environmental Trust and the Friends of the Nanticoke River. Oysters are a keystone species for the Chesapeake Bay ecosystem because of the host of ecological services they provide, especially removing excess nutrients from the water. But oyster populations have been reduced to less than 1% of their historic levels by over a century of overfishing, disease, and habitat degradation. Restoring oyster habitats is the best way to restore those ecological services, conserve oyster broodstock, and produce spat that will spill over to public beds. Oyster restoration efforts in the Chesapeake Bay are the largest such programs in the world, and they support world-class research on ecosystem services and nitrification cycles. Federal funds are absolutely necessary to support restoration. Loss of the federal funding would severely curtail spat production at the Horn Point Laboratory, which supplies over 50% of spat on shell production for all sectors of the industry, including aquaculture, which is the fastest growing segment of Maryland seafood production and produces over 40% of all Maryland oysters. This bill would block use of $10 million in NOAA funding for future restoration efforts. It would impact jobs, income, and tax revenue in all sectors of the oyster industry, including harvest, aquaculture, and restoration. With all due respects to the watermen from Talbot County, this issue is not just about them. It's about restoring the ecosystem of the largest estuary in the United States, and it can't be done without federal funds. This proposed legislation is short-sighted and not in the best interest of the public or the oyster industry, and we therefore urge the committee to report unfavorably on this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. Senator Carosa has a question for someone on the panel, one person.
Thank you. I just want to make clear, as I understood the bill sponsor, it's the federal money can be used in other areas. I think he talked about SPAT in other areas. So I think, I don't want the public to be misdirected on that. So he was very clear on that. My question is to Director Colden. I'd like your view on, number one, given where we are with sanctuaries, are sanctuaries sustainable? And if the answer is yes, why are we still doing the plannings? And I would like to know how much money has been spent on the sanctuaries.
Absolutely. Thank you for the question, Senator Carrozza. To answer your question, the sanctuaries that have received investment, particularly those that have been the subject of federal investment, which are sometimes referred to as the Big Five, Harris Creek, Little Choptank, Tread Avon, St. Mary's, and the Minokan River, which is still under construction, have seen significant investment that can sustain itself. I believe, Mr. Ford referenced the photo in his testimony, which shows natural spat set. Those were not oysters that were placed there by any state or federal partner. We know that they were reproduced naturally because they are occurring on rocks along the shoreline. We don't plant rocks with oysters on them in those oyster sanctuaries. So the only source of that would be natural reproduction. And natural reproduction in those sanctuaries that have received investment has been noted in several of the consecutive oyster monitoring reports, which are produced by the state and federal partnership that carries out the restoration.
And how much money overall has been spent?
Around $80 million in total since 2010, 2011.
So and that would be at what level? The $80 million is a combination of?
It's a combination of federal funds, state funds, and leveraged funds from other sources.
Okay, so we've spent $80 million since
about 2010.
And at this point, even the DNR zone report is looking at, some of the failures of the sanctuaries. And so this bill is also important for our constituents because we're in a budget crisis in both the state of Maryland at the federal level. And what this is saying, why would we continue to take funds where we're not seeing the results and, direct them in another way, whether it's oyster spat or other areas where we would see results? So, we should be able to have this conversation of the best use of these state and federal funds, these investments, especially we should be results oriented. And that's what's concerning is right now we're not seeing the results. So, there should be some acknowledgement of where those federal funds could be better used for the same goal. And it would be nice if the Chesapeake Bay Foundation, others would come up and say, well, if we weren't going to use them here, this is how we could, here's some other areas that would accomplish the same goal.
I agree that is an important conversation. It's one that is currently happening at the Oyster Advisory Commission. Last August, the Department of Natural Resources rolled out their 4-point oyster sanctuary plan, which is relative to the state sanctuaries, which are separate from the 5 that I have mentioned, which have received investment. So I believe it is the department's intention to have those conversations about the best use of state and federal funds moving forward at the Oyster Advisory Commission. And that's things that are ongoing. Our next meeting is in March.
Which would make this bill timely.
Testimony, and that completes the hearing on Senate Bill 837. Going back to the chair.
Okay, we're going to next move to Senate Bill 841, Senator Moutz, and I've got Robert Brown as panelist, and Jeff Harrison. You're going to come back up here, Mr. Harrison. And we have 2 virtual witnesses also favorable. Let's take our in-person panelists first. Senator Moutz, Senate Bill 841.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, colleagues. It's an honor to present Senate Bill 841. This legislation also draws a line in the sand, but this is a different line. This is a line that demarcates areas that should be notified as clam bottom, and for the purposes of aquaculture leases and to prevent conflicts with leases. And in essence, what it would do is take areas that are known to be clam bottom and say these, and mark them, map them, so when individuals want to get aquaculture leases, they don't apply for a lease and then have to go through a protest. It also protects a vital part of that clamming industry, which has gotten a lot of attention. This is a really tricky topic because clams show up everywhere. They don't typically stay in one place. However, the Oyster Recovery Partnership recently came up with a map. And the map, I don't believe it's in the testimony. We might have been able to get it in the testimony. Sort of lays out areas that could be marked as clam bottom. And that would protect that area. Now, this would not limit where clamming could occur. This would just be designated areas so there would not be conflicts with aquaculture leases. As you heard, we only have 7,500 acres in aquaculture lease right now, and it takes 3.5 years in this state to get an aquaculture lease. Our own state advises not to go in the aquaculture business because it's so draconian and so expensive. This is going to help that process. It's also going to help the industry, and it makes common sense. It gives the authority to the Department of Natural Resources to create these areas and to update them through regulation. So with that, we've got some wonderful witnesses. I'd like to turn the microphone over to Jeff Harrison. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Harrison.
Mr. Chair, Madam Co-Chair, thank you again. Jeff Harrison with Talbot Woodham Association. In 2009, when we started down this road, clamming and trotline crabbing were basically written off the list as far as aquaculture. We found that out when we went to court. We protested a lease that was on some clam bottom, and $15,000 later, we found out that it didn't matter. We didn't even get to go to court because we had no standing because there was no such thing as clam bottom. And that's a problem. Right now, we have lost in our county, I think it's probably 4 leases that we have lost to clam or clam bottom 2 leases. But we have one currently that's in effect. It'll be 25 acres. And it's a place where traditionally they clam almost every year. And that's our concern. I was on the group that came up with this chart. It was the Eastern Bay Work Group or Eastern Bay Coalition. And we worked with with the consensus process with other groups. And we talked about the problem that we're having and the unfairness that, here's one industry that's working this bottom, and yet someone else can, from who knows wherever, can come in. They can put in the lease. They go through a 3-year process. And no matter what we do, they're going to get that lease. And that's been proven to us at least 3 or 4 times. We like to do it the other way. We've also had other people come to us who worked with us who were on clam bottom, and we discussed it with them, and we actually had the clammers give them areas that they could lease out of, and it ended up working very well. That's what we want to be back to. We want to be back to a position where not one person can have a say over another, and this bill kind of handles that. And so I'm asking for a favorable vote on this bill. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Ms. Brown.
Chair, Madam Chair, members of this committee, my name is Robert T. Brown, and I'm president of the Maryland Waterman Association. Back in the early 1960s, that's when clamming began into the state of Maryland. And at that time, the clammers were prohibited from working on NOBs, which is natural oyster bars, SAV, to submerged aquatic vegetation, and anybody who has leased bottoms. These were all prohibited in that time period. And the clammers, the rest of the bottom was theirs. They could work the rest of it. That's the only bottom that was protected. Then in 2009, when the sanctuary bill came in, they talked about you could not clam on a natural oyster bar, SAV, or prior oyster ground. It eliminated that, where they can't work on those areas, but they are put in an area where that, and it also sanctuaries that you couldn't lease a piece of bottom on a natural oyster bar or a sanctuary. The clammers were left completely out of this. They had no way to defend their grounds, what they had. A lot of the bottom at that time was taken up. Aquaculture changed a lot. It changed into bottom leases and water columns. Now, the bottom lease is where you plant the oysters on the bottom and you harvest them. Water column lease is where you take and you can you put cages down with oysters into them, and you can take and put or float them up. And what that does is they can put that and work that on clam bottom. They wouldn't be able to do a bottom lease there because the bottom silts too much in the sand. So the clammers and the trotliners have no grounds because of the bill that was passed in 2019 on the sanctuaries to protect themselves, and they need protection. It's a business that has been going on in the state back since early 1960s, and thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Brown. Okay, questions for sponsor, Senator Mounts, or the two favorable witnesses? Senator Carozza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Briefly, Senator Mounts, can you I just want to better understand the last comment about what happened in 2019 with the sanctuary law and how it specifically affected the clamming operations of our watermen.
2009.
2009.
Did you say 2009? Okay. I thought you said 19 when.
So I'd like to answer that. But, and I carry a lot of issues for watermen, but I don't work on the water every day. And I think the best person for me.
That's fine.
Would probably
That's fine. I'm trying to understand what changed. You specifically referenced when something happened and then affected the watermen's ability to, I guess, clam in certain areas. I just want to understand that.
Well, what happened was when somebody proposed a lease and it was on their primary clamming bottom, and if they protested it, that they would lose it, the case every time, because it came back and said they had no standing because it wasn't no provision into the sanctuary law to take care of that, to give them permission to do it. Jeff, you got something you want to add?
So there was a checkoff. There used to be a checkoff to get an aquaculture lease, and one of those checkoffs was, is there clams where you're trying to get your lease? And when the law changed, that aquaculture lease changed, it didn't have a checkoff anymore. So whether there was clams or not did not factor into whether that lease would move forward. So what would happen is if you were clamming in an area and that lease application went through, the answer was tough luck. Go somewhere else. And this doesn't solve that, but what it does is it takes the areas that are generally known to be good clamming bottom and just very, very small amounts, if you look at the map that was recommended, and protects them. It is not the solution to all conflicts between clamming and aquaculture, but prior, there used to be a checkoff, and if there were clams there, you would not be able to get an aquaculture lease.
Okay, I better understand.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But that's still, even those changes in 2009, as I mentioned earlier, takes 3.5 years to get a lease. We only have 7,500 acres in Maryland. Our goal was to get 50,000. There's 140,000 in Virginia. I think that's a bill for a different day, but.
Okay. Additional questions for the senator or the two witnesses? Do we two virtual? Okay, one of our virtual witnesses was in the queue. I think James Mullen signed up favorable. Mr. Mullen, we're going to get you back up here. There you go, sir. I don't know if you're driving, but
no, sir. I'm stopped.
Okay, good. That makes me feel a lot better. Okay, you've got up to 2 minutes, and you're signed up straight favorable. Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Jim Mullen with the Maryland Oystermen's Association. We're in favor of this bill. I think what it does, it shows that everybody's willing to work together to gather the necessary information we need just to navigate this path forward with the data that's going to be collected. It protects one fishery from being pushed out from another fishery. I think we could find some good balance here, and I'm just excited that the department's willing to work with the watermen on this one, and hopefully we get a favorable recommendation from your committee and your subcommittee. I think it'll be good. It establishes, good rapport, and that's why we're in favor of it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mullen. Questions for Mr. Mullen? Okay, seeing none. We have one unfavorable signed up. Is Benjamin Ford here? Mr. Ford, come on up. You're the lone unfavorable witness, and you'll have up to 2 minutes to present your testimony. Mr. Ford.
Thank you, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the committee. Ben Ford again, Miles Y, Eastern Bay Riverkeeper. Hopefully you haven't forgotten. Here on behalf of Shore Rivers, designating clam fishery areas based on past commercial harvesting and the inherent prohibition on oyster aquaculture leasing in those areas is a big problem. Over the past few years, Maryland's oyster aquaculture industry has seen a record harvest, over 90,000 bushels per year from 2021 to 2023. In fiscal year 2023, that equates to roughly $13.3 million for oyster aquaculture in Maryland alone. This success has happened despite existing restrictions, some of the same restrictions that commercial clammers have. Oyster aquaculture can't go in an SAV protection zone. SAV can't go in the public fishery bottom, can't go near someone's dock, can't go in channels. It's the same restrictions, so they're kind of competing over the same bottom, and that's correct. But restricting what aquaculture has available to them would make it much more challenging for them to grow and remain viable. Unlike stationary oyster reefs, softshell and razor clams live in shifting sediments. Their locations change year to year. Establishing fixed clam fishery areas is impractical and risks unnecessarily blocking large portions of the bay from aquaculture use. Worse, Maryland does not have a fishery management plan for softshell clams or razor clams, and reported landings have been inconsistent. Without reliable data, this bill could arbitrarily restrict viable aquaculture. And oyster aquaculture isn't just good for business, it's good for the bay. Farmed oysters and oysters in general filter water, improve clarity, and create habitat for fish and crabs. Chesapeake Bay program recognizes aquaculture as a BMP for reducing nitrogen and phosphorus pollution, and we should be expanding this industry, not restricting it. I urge a unfavorable report. Thank you for your time.
Okay, questions for Mr. Ford? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 841. Two more bills, Senate Bill 958. We're going to bring this Senator Mounts back up here. I've got Lindsay Thompson here? Lindsay coming up, Tyler Huff, and John Swain. Those are all signed up favorable, and they're the lone witnesses in person on the bill. Senator Mounts, Senate Bill 958.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair. I'm going to try to make my presentation pretty quick on this. It's a new concept. Senate Bill 958 deals with an old problem with a new concept. In my district, it is not uncommon to have an agricultural field completely wiped out. I mean, a field that is tilled, planted, and then turned to mud, and on occasion has been replanted and then turned to mud. We have programs in place to deal with deer damage, but this is catastrophic. We used the crop insurance standard for catastrophic damage, which is 50% unharvestable. That's the standard that's in the bill. The bill would authorize the Department of Agriculture, which is new. The Department of Natural Resources right now manages the crop damage program. This is separate and different. The DNR program hasn't worked, and this would have authorized the Department of Agriculture to determine catastrophic damage, and once that's determined, it would authorize the department to take whatever means are necessary to eliminate the deer that are causing the catastrophic damage, and that the Department of Agriculture would be responsible for accounting for all the deer that are harvested and report them to the Department of Natural Resources. We've got some expert witnesses. I'll let them testify. I'll give you one anecdote. I have a constituent who has harvested 169 sicka deer off of her farm. She spent over $30,000 in hiring people to harvest those deer. And she spent well over $100,000 in fertilizer and seed for a complete loss. She's beside herself. I wouldn't even bother to ask her to testify, and so frustrated with the inability to be able to protect her own land. This is a rare situation when you have things like this occur, and they require drastic means. This legislation, Senate Bill 958, is a new approach to an old problem. I'm open to ways to make this work, but in certain circumstances, there are landowners, particularly farmers, who are completely they've let their fields go. And I can drive down Route 50 in different parts of my district, and I can count, I can give you 6 fields that I know of that are now filled with shrub brush that used to be farmed. The farmers just walked away. This legislation wouldn't be widely used. It's targeted, it's narrow, it's accountable. I realize it's going to be controversial, but the controversy created by this legislation isn't even a drop in the bucket compared to the controversy that some of these constituents are dealing with. So I'd urge the committee issue a favorable report, and it's my honor to turn the microphone over to Lindsay Thompson.
Okay, Lindsay, you're up. You got 2 minutes.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Lindsay Thompson here again on behalf of Maryland Grain Producers Association to talk to you more about deer. This time I'm going to focus specifically on Sika deer because I think that was the impetus for this legislation specifically. So Sika deer are actually a non-native invasive species of elk that exist in the wild in the U.S. only on Maryland's eastern shore, parts of Delaware and Virginia. They are also the only non-native invasive species in the country that are regulated as a protected game mammal. In the past, there have been instances where non-native invasive species such as the nutria have been targeted and using exceptional means, as this bill indicates, have been eradicated from the lower eastern shore specifically. And so while we appreciate the tools that the Department of Natural Resources has put in place with the deer depredation permits as well as the deer management permits, we're not going to hunt our way out of the problem with Sika deer, and in some cases white-tailed deer in very specific areas. So we were asking for the authority of the Maryland Department of Agriculture, which is the agricultural expert, to be able to determine what a catastrophic loss is per the Farm Service Agency definition of 50%, and then use whatever tools are in their toolbox and means necessary to save these farmers from giving up and walking away. The constituent that that the senator spoke of, we actually did call her, and she has rented out her farm. So she was not going to come testify because she has gotten so tired of losing complete crops year after year that she has just walked away. So we're just asking for additional tools to help address these situations.
Okay, thank you, Lindsay. Gentlemen, who wants to go first?
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman Feldman and Vice Chair Kagan. My name is John Swain. I'm a farmer in Talbot County, western Talbot County, Royal Oaks, St. Michael's, Tillman Island. I own about 450 acres of land, plus I rent another 400 acres. I'm also Vice President of Talbot County Farm Bureau. I don't have a Sika deer problem. Mine's white-tailed deer, but we have a huge problem. We have fields, just like Lindsay described, down in Dorchester County, where whole fields of soybeans, corn, you plant it, it disappears over a short period of time, and the monetary loss is huge. I mean, in my operation, it's probably $100,000 a year, and we replant acres, and they still don't amount to anything. Especially this past year with the drought and dry weather, it was even more catastrophic. Crop insurance doesn't seem to cover a lot of this anymore because every year you have a claim on crop insurance. It's just that much worse on your guarantee, on your production history, and eventually you get to the point where the crop insurance doesn't cover any of this loss. And on the ground that I own, it's a huge problem. On the ground that we rent, when it gets to that point, we give it up and let somebody else deal with it because it's just not cost effective to do. But the land that I own, I'm looking for help. And as Lindsay said, we can't hunt our way out of this. Even with the white-tailed deer, the hunters aren't doing enough to control these deer. And we've tried crop damage permits, and there's fragmented land into my area, a lot of small properties, and the deer run off to the farm next door, the property next door where there's no hunting allowed, or I don't farm and there's no farmland on it maybe, and you can't shoot them because they're not on the ground that I've got control of, and it's very, very frustrating. And I'm been doing this all my life. I'm third generation of my family that's farmed there on the land that we own, and when I was a kid, there were no deer. Deer was a rarity to see a deer, and now there's hundreds of them. That's all I've got.
Okay, thank you, sir. Let's go to Mr. Huff playing cleanup, and then we'll take questions, okay?
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, for the record, Tyler Huff, Maryland Farm Bureau. You've heard the stories from the panel here, said much better than I could and from true experience. Therefore, I'll just keep it simple. This is a very narrowly focused bill that covers a specific instance where there is catastrophic loss and large loss, and I'll leave it at that. Me too. Thank you. Happy to answer your questions.
Okay, we're going to start with Senator Augustine with questions.
Thank you, Chair. Y'all said you can't hunt your way out of it. Like, what would you do?
Sure.
Or what would you say would happen?
You can go.
Yeah, so as the senator indicated, there are programs in place through USDA APHIS, and sorry, I don't know what APHIS stands for off the top of my head, that would bring in sharpshooters that would be able to hunt both day and night to harvest the deer and actually remove. So it's not hunting because you're not abiding by Maryland's hunting regulations, which would be seasons, daylight limits. Maryland also has a wanton waste law, which requires you to retrieve and do something with the deer. That is a feat when you're trying to take 200 deer off of a property. So that's another example of something that could potentially be waived that is in current hunting regulations.
Go to Senator Watson, then I believe Senator Hester may have a question. Senator Watson.
Yeah, we were questioning the same thing, extraordinary measures. I didn't know if you were using tear gas or what, but I think we got the answer now. Thank you very much.
Senator Hester, did you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just curious. I mean, when I talked to the Secretary of Agriculture like last year, there was this program where he was trying to match extra hunters up with farms that wanted them to come in. Have you guys tried that? Is it working?
So my understanding is that the Department of Natural Resources worked with the Maryland Department of Agriculture to set up this pilot project. It was completed on 2 farms during the 2024 deer season. And I think on one farm they harvested 17 deer, and on the other farm it was just over 20. So while, yes, that's an improvement, that's not really the scale of harvest that we're looking for.
Is the sharpshooter, I mean, we looked at sharpshooting in Howard County, and we found it too expensive for the county to afford. Is USDA providing, like, resources to do it? Like, will they do it for the state?
So, of course, this isn't in place right now, but in the case of my constituent, the time restriction, the time of year, there's a limitation on the time of year because currently with crop damage, you're taking only does. However, the prime time for harvesting a lot of these deer is going to be in the spring and early summer. And there will be some, when you want to buy kill, I guess, buy harvest, and that you'll have some bucks also, which is what would create opposition from some of the sporting groups. However, the majority of the harvest would presumably be the does. This would all be recorded by the Department of Agriculture and reported to DNR, so everyone would know. But clearly, the time of year is a significant factor.
Any additional questions?
Can I make a comment? Can I make a comment?
Okay, yeah. One final comment.
Now, deer hunting with hunters, there is a deer season. There's a time of year that people hunt. And there's a mindset that there's a time of year they're going to hunt. They're not going to hunt year-round. If you could even get them to come on a crop damage permit to shoot deer, and they don't want to come because they're crabbing, they're doing something else, they're on vacation. But the deer hunters that I have that rent my farm to hunt, they come in September and October, and there's a season for it, and then it disappears, and then they go away, and when nobody there shooting deer again. And they're very ethical hunters, and I support that, but there's too many deer, and we've got to have additional help.
Okay, any additional questions? Seeing none, that completes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 958, which brings us to our final bill of the day, Senate Bill 960, Senator Mouths, and I've got Robert Brown still here, come back up here, and John Hargrove, and those will be the final witnesses for the day. Senator Mouths, 960.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and colleagues. Thank you for your patience this afternoon. And I'll be very quick with this. This legislation is dealing with blue catfish. It's adding more tools to the toolbox. There's been a lot of frustration as far as being able to harvest blue catfish. This legislation would double the length of approved trot lines from 1,200 to 2,400 feet. It would eliminate the restrictions on the number of hooks that can be on a trot line. It would eliminate the restriction for the use of corrosive hooks because they don't last long enough. It would also, very importantly, authorize the use of electrolysis for harvesting. So you would use electrolysis, which is already being utilized in Virginia and North Carolina. And then lastly, it would have the Department of Agriculture produce a report, which simply would a report on how to create a blue catfish fishery. John Hargrove, as he was announced, is better known as Nick Hargrove, the blue catfish man, is here to testify, and he can talk more about that plan and how changing these restrictions would help harvest blue catfish. I urge a favorable report and turn the microphone over.
Okay, sir.
Thank you guys for having me here today. My name is Nick Hargrove. I own a company, Tolman Island Seafood, and we are the largest processor of blue catfish here in the state of Maryland. I took on this project about 2 years ago after hearing about the low record number of juvenile crabs not being in our waterways. And I'm here to shine a little bit of light of where we are 2 years later. The state of Maryland harvested around 4 million pounds of blue catfish last year. It's estimated 2 years ago that we needed to harvest around 15 million to just keep the sustainable level of blue catfish down. So currently we are losing the battle against the blue catfish. Since that time, I've stepped up. I was one of the only processors that built out a USDA facility and started processing blue catfish. I spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on the facility. I've traveled the nation to set up new markets around the country, and come to find out that we need more fish. We've developed markets that are craving more and more demand, which is a good thing, but we need to be able to have the abilities and the tools in our toolbox to bring more fish in. Last year, my plant processed about 2.3 million pounds of blue catfish, and in order to meet the market demand this year, we're probably going to need to cut around 7 to 8 million pounds of blue catfish. One of our real slow times are in the heat of the summer and in the dead cold of the winter. This is when electric fishing would be most valuable to us so that we don't lose the markets that we have worked so hard to build for those current years. I'm looking forward to working with my friends at the Department of Natural Resource to run this pilot program to find the tributaries where it would be most effective and least impactful on other things in the environment. And I really appreciate your guys' time to hear out the bill that Johnny's proposed, and welcome to take any questions you guys have.
Okay, thank you, which brings us to our final witness for the day. Mr. Brown.
Chair, Madam Chair, members of this committee, my name is Robert T. Brown, President of the Maryland Waterman Association. Would like to have a favorable on this bill. As you can see, we are inundated with the blue catfish. I mean, everywhere in every river, every part of the Chesapeake Bay. Even the best fishermen out there at certain times of the year, you do not do well because of the temperature of the water. And during the summer, when the fish scatter, during the wintertime, when they bed down and the water's cold and they don't move much and they don't eat much in the winter and they don't eat much when it's too hot. A lot of times when they sit in these trot lines during the summertime, they can put bait on it, but before the catfish get on it, the hard crabs have eaten them up. And we need this electrofishing. It's been tested in Virginia, and they use it down in North Carolina. And this is another way to preserve our markets. Like Mr. Hargrove said, he's got a lot of different markets. But if you get a place, a lot of places that you sell your fish to, and it's like a grocery store or like a Harris Teeter's of that. If you can't fill that order when they want it, they'll say, well, I'll just go down south and buy them from out of these ponds instead of fooling with you. So this is we need this to keep our market because we can't catch the fish and do anything with them unless we got market to sell them with. And not only that, with these catfish, it is the biggest predator we got into the Chesapeake Bay at this time. They eat our rockfish, they eat herring, they eat shad, they eat white perch, yellow perch. And not only that, we're coming up to spawning season and they eat all the baby eggs and stuff that have been spawned out this year. It's probably one of the reasons why our rockfish numbers have been so low in the younger in the year class over the past few years. We need to have this to stabilize our market so we can keep our business going. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Senator Carrozza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank you, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. I know I've asked a lot of questions today, but these are really important bills, not only for the shore, but for the whole state, and especially this bill when we're talking about an invasive species with catfish, the blue catfish. My question is to Senator Mounts. I see that the Maryland Department of Natural Resources is supporting the bill, and I did know when looking at the details, it notes that it is a pilot program, and it also it comes up with a specific number of the use of finfish trout lines of up to 2,400 feet in length. Was that a number that, Senator, you worked through with the department or consulted with them?
No, that was a number that was proposed by commercial. There's only not every fin fisher is out going for blue catfish. There's some particular operations that are focused on blue catfish. And the line they're using right now, their spools run in certain increments, and by going to 2,400, it would lengthen the line and maintains one spool. So that was recommended by actual commercial blue cat fishermen. The guys, the men and the women who are out in the boat, they leave first thing in the morning and put the lines out.
As far as it being an effective length to be successful with the program, is that?
Yes,
okay.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 960. Oh, I'm sorry. No,
Is there no one here on unfavorable?
no.
Okay.
Yes. That concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 960. Concludes our bill hearings for today. Folks, if you could just stick around a few minutes, I wanted to talk about Friday and some